face here.
By the end of this weekend, we will be halfway through the 2025 season. The Birmingham Major all comes down to this. One clear favorite, one clear challenger who need a miracle. The final line of defense for SSA remains Limitless and Cosmico. SSA are paying the highest school fees of any region in Global Rocket League, and the lessons continue this weekend.
Birmingham number 2 saw some clashes between the contenders. There were surprises and upsets and upset players all the way to the very end. There were some Game 7 overtime battles and there were clean sweeps. Either which way, we're in for some action in this final leg towards the Birmingham Major.
And though it is late in the split, we welcome a new phase to the RLCS in foot esports, picking up the dominant Maestros. Their fate is firmly in their own hands, having dispatched off Limitless in yesterday's GSL bracket, sending their closest rival to the lower side. It seems a date with destiny is now on the cards.
But with major implications aside, ultimately we have Rocket League to play. If there's any lesson in GK's run last week in EU, it's that anyone can make the great run to become regional champions. Every one of these teams have made a top 8 between this and the last season, so only few have had a taste of that glory today. And now, the road to the best begins.
It begins right here and right now. And if you cast your minds back about 5 or 6 weeks, we were filled with all the optimism that the start of a season requires. But now we are at the very, very pointy end. And myself, Bromeo, Machtfish, and Pyro are going to bring the start to the final open of the first split, the Birmingham Major. And there are permutations to be played out, but for all intents and purposes, Limitless do need something of a miracle.
A little bit, the permutations were wide and far when this open began, and now they're very slim. They're hoping that Foot lose both their matches in playoffs, that they win this regional, and then that will force a tiebreaker. So scenarios are now very thin, but still possible. I think I heard Limitless tweet today, never tell me the odds. And so I've told you the scenario, but I won't tell you your odds just for you.
8 teams to play the last regional. How did they get you? 16 teams arrived for the GSL brackets last night, and to play it out, 8 teams were eliminated to bring us to the 8 teams that are playing it out today. And we're going to run through what basically happened there. There we see the first of the brackets. Group A, Labosh, Mustuflak, Machtfish, they were spoken up at the start of this season, but they've had a decidedly below average turnout.
And I think they themselves thought it would be easier or they would have a better time of it, but apparently not everything that you see in Europe translates down here to SSA. Massive like only 2 top 8s and not a ranking, not a finishing position beyond a top 8. And even yesterday, 3-0 loss against Le Bosch, 3-1 loss against Bulletproof. Not bad losses in their own right, but below the standard of what you would expect from Mustaflak especially.
And then some jubilation, Bromeo, with Death Cloud taking their first series against Bulletproof. And at that point, it looked like it was going to be a great day. But then by the end, kind of choking and losing to Astronic to be eliminated before the top 8. It would have been Death Cloud's first top 8.
It would have been indeed. And it is unfortunate, but it is the way of Rocket League. Being ultimately kicked out by Astronic on the way through there. But yes, they have looked promising, and there have been a whole bunch of promising teams leading up to this, as you saw a couple of local SSA teams not quite making the cut, Genesix being one of them, going down to Limitless in lower round 2. But all in all, it looks like whoever made it through looked like they were meant to be here.
But rough for Genesix. They had a very tough draw. If you look there, they came out Hayworth Riz as their first. And if they had won, they would have gone on to play Foot Esports. If they lost, as they did, they won their lower round 1, but then had to come up against Limitless. So a really, really tough call and a tough draw for them. But all of this means that there are only 2 SSA teams in the final top 8 that are playing this weekend. And there we have it. This is where we stand as of the end of last night, or at the start of today. As we go into kickoff, these are the standings for this season. Foot Esports looking really, really good and can only be challenged by Limitless. And I know you were looking at the scenarios, Pyro, but it's sure, pretty straightforward, right?
It's straightforward, but I do want people to keep in mind those top 2 teams and the race to Worlds. I mean, we may be talking about this major scenario, but Limitless, a goal for today and tomorrow as well, is to keep this gap close. If they want Worlds to be a realistic scenario for them, they've got to do their best about making it as far as they can in the playoffs this weekend, too. So there's a lot of different cases to keep in mind today, beyond just the Birmingham Major.
And then because of the seeding and how the seeding worked, Limitless and Maestros, or Foot as they are now, landed up in the same group. Definitely what was the tougher of the 2 groups. So for the very, very first time, we have Limitless coming into the top 8 in the lower bracket. And then the other SSA team, Cosmico, Bromeo, and you know, they had a bit of an upheaval just before the start of this open, in that they lost guns, brought in Happy Meal, and we were I was talking them up before we went live, and Pyro wasn't having it. He's not convinced that they're a better team with Happy Meal, but they did. You will have time to defend your statement there, Pyro. I'm not throwing you under the buses as much as it may seem so, but finishing top seed in their group, Romeo.
Look, I'm the biggest proponent of saying consistency is one of the biggest factors of success. And when you remove consistency, you are putting yourself at risk to losing purely because you haven't grounded yourself yet. And changing out one of your key players just before the tournament kicks off is a ballsy move. So the fact that they managed to bring it back and put themselves into top seed of their group is really well played to them, because they haven't had that much time to gel as a team.
Now there are teams playing for the major, there are teams playing for pride, there are teams playing for glory. And Bromeo, I mean, these are the teams that have, we look at Open 1, Open 2, all the top 8 teams, and the teams that are here for Open 3, but their placements yet to be decided.
Well, look, this has been a very, very interesting time for Rocket League. As you can see, we've got Open 1, we've got Open 2, and we've got Open 3. These are the top 8s for the first 2, and we'll put a bit of speculation into the, where they're going to finish up at the end of this weekend. But the most obvious one is Maestros being dominant in first, and Limitless being consistently second. Foot, now Maestro's now Foot are 48 goals ahead of the next team, and that's by a huge amount because I think there's only 8 goals separating second and third. So they have had a real big control at the top, and you can see this in their results. Limitless, unfortunately, not being able to gain the ascendancy here or even in the stats. I think the only stat that they're leading currently is that they've made about 30 more saves than any other team.
Oof. Wow. Yeah, and I mean, the stats build up, but I think something interesting about this picture as well is the longevity of some rosters and the ability to come back. Like, look at Open 1, you have Ball Leader and Dunno Chief, and then neither of them made top 16 in the next Open. So you write the teams off. You say, okay, we saw them in top 8. We'll never see them again. No, they're both here now back in the top 8. Ball Leader still is Ball Leader. Dunno Chief now here is Bulletproof. So it's interesting to see that comeback, especially when you consider Astronic. They were a staple of top 8 last season. Hadn't got top 16 yet this season, and now here they are to join Limitless in their first match. So how about that longevity?
And in terms of consistency, I mean, I think we see there are probably 5 teams that are just banging in there every one of these regionals, and the guys who did well last season, Astronic and 77 Blocks, neither of them made top 8 in the first one, and then 77 Blocks made it in the second. Astronic make it in the third, 77 Blocks don't. So they've been kind of up and down. So I think our top 5 are pretty well set. But as for who's going to make up the rest of the overall top 8 for the season remains to be seen, and a lot depends on what happens today. Now, we do have a little bit of a Pyro is our
listen, Greybeard. I mean, listen, you've been doing a great job as host, but it's time for someone else to take the reins for a second, folks. We've got top plays from the last Open, and guess what? We're going to play a little bit of Guess Who. So I know the clips. I pulled them from the last event, but you guys have to do the dirty job of guessing who scored this goal. So let's get it started. Run the clips. Give me the first clip here. Yeah, you guys are so excited about this. Look at this mechanical warrior here. Is it going to be a double tap? Oh, you know it
I saw that goal. I saw that goal. I know who that is. Oh, I've got to think. Oh, it's an SSA player. I'm pretty sure it's an SSA. Oh my God, I saw this goal. I remember it. I lost my mind and I can't remember. It's driving me nuts.
Do you guys want a tip?
Yes, please.
All right, this one
can I make an educated guess before that?
Yeah,
yes.
Go. I do go along with SSA. I think that looks very gunsy. So I'm going to say that was Guns from Cosmico.
That's 100% Guns. That's 100% Guns from Cosmico. You've reminded me now. Bromeo's been very quiet.
We don't have decals, so it's a little bit tougher, but you guys are making the job look easy. That is correct. It was Guns on the double tap play against 77 Blocks from the last event. We're not going to talk about the defense too much here. What's important is that Guns took ownership of that moment. But hey, let's keep things moving. I want clip number 2. Oh my goodness, who could this be? It's an aerial effort, the musty flick into the pass off the backboard, the catch with the reset, the double tap. Okay, looking good, but panelists, who is it?
Okay, I can tell you for sure it was game 2.
Okay.
That helps. I like that. Yep, Forbidden Tumble. Okay,
very
context clues, good.
I'm having a stab. I think it's Sweaty.
Ooh, okay. Well, you're wrong. Listen, here's the first hint.
I think it's an import player. I think it's an import player. Just from the way the play develops, it's not really screaming local to me. So I'm going to go import, but it's so difficult because it seems quite clunky, but then also quite well controlled. So I can't really pinpoint it. Somewhere like middle of the packs of like the 77 Blocks-ish. I'm not saying it was one of them because I don't think they would be, but like that sort of area.
Let me help. Okay, this player has a lot of charisma. Okay, and this was in the quarterfinals of the last Open where they actually swept their opponents of Labosh.
Oh. Charisma.
Yeah, charisma. Yeah.
Oh, was it Risen?
Oh, hey with Riz.
There you
So-
go. Greybeard's got it. Now, who with Hey with Riz is this?
Kaka?
No.
Nah,
Damn it.
Kaka's more fluid normally.
Okay.
I think
Well, who
I'd
else?
say Kaka
Yeah.
probably gave the assist with the musty off the wall. Is my guess.
All right. Well, you guys are taking too long. It's Ivan.
Oh man.
Ivan.
Yes.
Okay.
And it was not Karko with the pass. It was Revezi with the musty. But everyone's a part of this. It's quite a mechanical
Yeah.
play. And Labosh clearly having trouble there, as you guys had with that guess. But let's get on to number 3. This pass and oh my. Oh, are they passing it to themselves off the corner? Oh, my legendary double tap here from our Octane player. And this was actually the first goal of the series. Panelists, what do we think?
Oh man.
Who does an
That is
Octane?
so good. Oh, there's a few that do the Octane. But some of them do it like change in during.
Yeah.
Oh, that is so good.
That looks like Leoro though.
That's definitely. I was thinking of Maestros.
Okay. I'm gonna give you guys a hint. We're actually, this is not an import player. This is a local SSA player.
Wow.
What?
Yep.
Oh wait, didn't the Limitless players switch around between
Yeah, they do
Octane
often. Octane and Fennec, yes.
and Fennec?
Okay. I'll say these two teams that we're playing are notorious for their Game 7 overtimes.
So it's Hey with Riz versus Limitless.
That's right.
So it's Limitless.
so it's Limitless to
I
die
think it was
for.
Sweaty. I
No,
think
no,
it was
sweaty, 100%.
Sweaty.
Because I feel like that was a pass. That feels like a snowy sweaty pass. But I could be wrong, obviously.
We have two sweaties. Greybeard, where are you going?
I'm going with to die for.
And you're all wrong. Congratulations.
Snowy.
It was
No,
Snowy.
it was the old
No!
What banger! What a banger!
This
Wow.
first goal, as soon as I saw it from this series, like the chat blew up. And we were like, there's no way. What a play. But okay, we've got one more, everybody. So let's lock in. This is actually the same series, but the other team. Beautiful solo play
wow.
here. So you already know it's Hey with Riz. You kind of get
Yeah.
to take your stab at who it is.
Okay, I'm going with Kaka. Because I went to them the first time. If there's a third
Yeah.
one, I can go. I'm going with Kaka.
I'll sign that motion. I will sign that. I'll second that. I'd say Kaka.
Romeo?
Given the fact that Ivan's already been picked up, I don't feel like he'd be picked again. But because Ivan's their lead goal scorer, but Kaka, I'm gonna go Revzi.
Well done. Romeo gets it. There it is. I hope you are all having fun with the top plays. I'm going to throw one more clip in there very briefly, and I'm giving you only one tip. This is from a player we've already seen. We already saw on our list today, so you have your choice between the 1 of 4.
Okay.
Damn.
That's guns.
That was a wait. Who are
hold
we
up,
guessing?
hold up,
Are we
hold up.
guessing the one guy that sweatily
No,
stole
the
the
person
goal?
on the
This one.
camera now that
This
made
one.
the play.
Okay.
That's
yeah,
guns. That's guns.
Yeah, guns.
Yeah.
All right, well, you guys are sure of it. Everyone's sure of it. It was not guns. It was Messi.
Oh, man.
And look
okay.
at this. It's after Maestro scored 6, but this catch off the side, then the carry out to the middle, and somehow getting the reset to beat the last defender was ridiculous. So thank you for playing. Guess that player. A wonderful list of plays from last open. But who will make the top plays for next week? We'll see.
And I have to say, I feel a bit better than I feel like I did better than thought I was going to do. I was terribly nervous. In fact, I asked production if we could skip the segment, and then Reggie was very clear. He said a lot of work went into this. We're doing it.
I mean, we started strong. We sort of declined after that, but we started strong.
No, but you remember the glory days. Okay, so we'll stick with the stronger, sort of like Death Cloud Esports. And anyway.
Oh.
Yeah.
Let's get on to today. So this is what's happening. 8 teams left. There you see it. The hybrid bracket. We have 4 teams in the upper, 4 teams in the lower. What that all means is we are going to see 2 eliminations today. 6 teams will go through 2 tomorrow. So Astronic will be going up against Limitless first up. That is an elimination match. Bulletproof against Ball Eaters. That is an elimination match. And then Labosh Fut Esports, and then Hayworth Riz Cosmico Esports. Neither of those are elimination. Losers will fall down to the lower bracket and play again tomorrow. Our first game, Limitless and Astronic. And of course, as we always do, chat can have your prediction, your vote on your thoughts on who takes down this first match, either Limitless or Astronic. And honestly, I was frustrated for a number of reasons yesterday, Macht, because Astronic, in my estimation, were not playing very well. They should have been beaten by Deathcloud, and this should have been a Limitless Deathcloud match. Not to be, but I don't know how your initial impressions of this matchup.
Shoulda, woulda, coulda, right? We don't play
Thanks,
Rocket
Mark.
League. We don't play Rocket League in the possibilities. We do play it in the here and now. And in the here and now, Astronic do sort of find their form from last year. Now, if this was last year and Astronic still had Taurus, I think it would be a more even affair. But fact of the matter is, Taurus has left for FUT Esports, and Limitless has only gone stronger. So I'm very worried that Astronic might have a big old mountain to climb here.
Para, your big players on either side of these two. You see the teams up there right now. I don't know if there are key players or if these are just two big team efforts.
It's funny because this season, I think a lot of people are like, Astronic, who are they? But if you watch last season, you saw a little too much of them, and we saw too much of Byrachu. This player knows what to do when they get the solo play opportunity. Haven't seen it yet in top 8 for this season, but maybe this time around we will. And I like this head-to-head here. I think Byrachu may just be that player to watch from Astronic, and well, the folks know what to expect from To Die For.
To Die For and Byrachu up on the screen there, Bromeo. I don't know how deeply you've fed into the stats, but To Die For hasn't been as prominent for me as you normally see him being.
Look, he's definitely taken, more of a second man role than he has been in recent times. And that's why he's only 5th overall in goals scored. That doesn't mean he doesn't score a lot of goals, but it means that his work rate has increased around the field in other avenues. So, yes, he's still incredible. I don't think there's anything to do with current form, because I still think he's playing incredibly well. He's one of SSA's best, if not the. So I think he's somebody to watch out for always. And if I were Astronic, without Torres now, I would be a little bit worried, because it looks like Limitless have a point to prove, and they've been a very resilient team over the last split or so. So it's going to be a good matchup.
Well, chat says 28% of chat reckon that Astronic are going to take it. The rest, 72%, say Limitless. Starting with you, Bromeo, who takes it?
Oh, Limitless, easy.
All right, I was expecting some deep thoughts on how you got to that. No.
I can give
Limitless
it to you.
is good.
I can give it to you.
Limitless is good. Machtfish.
Give me Limitless. I mean, I sort of alluded to it earlier. If this was last year, maybe I could be swayed to go in a different direction, but Limitless has gotten so strong. And I want to also say that To Die For's new role is very interesting, because it enables Sweaty to be a bit more active on the field, and I feel that did Limitless a world of good, and that's not the style of Limitless that Astronic necessarily knows. So they're going to be stumped, and I think it's actually going to be quite a very, very clear-cut affair. I'm even going to go with a prediction 4-1 in favor of Limitless.
4-1 to Limitless. Hi, Raj.
Hey, listen, Astronic have beaten Limitless before. It was just once out of the 6 meetings between them in the last 2 seasons, this season and last season. So give me the Limitless prediction, please. I'll take it a step further, 4-0. I think this will be a strong showing to start for Limitless on the day.
it has been a bit of a mixed bag of a season for Astronic. Astronic and 77 blocks were big features of certainly the last split of last season. They haven't been able to replicate it here. And Macht is quite right. This is all about the here and now. They made it to top 8, their best performance so far this season, but I don't think Limitless is a team that they are going to come up against and overcome. And I might go one up on Machtfish's prediction and go with, I think this would be our only sweep of the day. Happens here, Limitless against Astronic, the final weekend of the first major of 2025. It's Limitless and Astronic. Let's go, Commandos! It's howling time!
Limitless have been the local defenders of SSA since time immemorial. Now they face their most daunting quest yet. With their worst seeding, danger lurks around every corner. They face up against Astronic, their first formidable foe who came out of the group stage 3-0. Now I'll honor myself and the champion of charisma himself, the Rhino, to take you into the first game of RLCS SSA.
You said that, and I didn't know that Australian was here. Shout out to our reunion representative. But no, we've got Astronic versus Limitless. It is a sweep on the desk. It was pretty well clarified in the chat who they thought was going to win. And so far, everybody is proving right 5 seconds into game number 1.
It's like the Limitless side has been able to hear all of the cheers from across the country and on stream here, and already the wonderful passing plays, the lack of selfishness and the aggression shown from Limitless come out on top. And they got another attempt right now. Snowy goes up for a good challenge. All hands into the possession of Limitless.
Yeah, and that's a good demo. Sweaty, just making one miss. Now starting to move down the field, looking for the pass. Byrachu is there to block it off. And now Astronic will be able to collect as Aniello plays it over to the site. Snowy with another demo. This time it's now Sweaty to collect. Spyrachu plays it into the corner. Pinch into the middle from To Die For. And Astronic will be able to send it away. This is the start of the Limitless charge. They know they have to win so many games today, and they also have to make sure that certain other teams do not get those victories. But only they can decide what they do in their games, and Limitless so far are doing the right things.
Well, they're certainly the ones choosing what to do, being able to control the tempo, showing unrelenting pressure coming forward here, always getting in the way or at least getting a touch on the ball. That's a difficult one now for To Die For. Manages to get a little bit of a scramble pass as the third man. Possession handed off to Astronic, but Limitless have really given Astronic absolutely no quarter. And To Die For with the slower play, got to pick up a second.
Yeah, this is lovely work from To Die For. Kramox just a bit too big a touch out of the corner, so To Die For knows he's going to get there first, but he waits on it. Kramox knows he's got to try and block that off. And To Die For gets a free shot into an empty net. Limitless double their lead, and we've not really even played a minute and a half. So this game is going the way that everyone thought it would. Astronic, they need to really step up if they're going to make this more of a challenge.
Certainly, I don't think we've seen the last of the challenge as soon as Astronic going to get some space, but they're not going to give themselves any favor when they double commit into the air like that. Lose possession, pass comes down. Sweaty sends it up high. Snowy with the challenge. And the save comes out from Kramox on the goal line. Still, Sweaty lingers.
Great stop from Kramox. This is now To Die For working in from the corner. Gets a double away by Kramox, but again, it's too heavy a touch from the Astronic players. Sweaty will be given a chance there. He'll be met, and now there's a chance for To Die For at the angle. Kramox with a save. To Die For still working at the angle. To Die For. That is so good.
This is the epitome of intentionality coming out of Limitless right now. They want to be there. They are showing such aggression, and they're just making themselves available for any opportunities. The ball comes out, the person hasn't dived back. It's not just a one and done. They're getting maximum efficiency out of every play that they're making. That's given them 3 goals, looking for a 4th, and Yellow just manages to get there in time. But I thought not going to be unhappy. Limitless as a whole going to be happy on their position, both right now in this play and in the game overall.
Yeah, it's funny, isn't it, how the desk earlier were talking about To Die For taking up more of a second-man role, talking about a little bit more of a relaxed kind of position, and now he's come into game 1 and he's banged a hat-trick. That is a way to tell people that you're back in, Sweaty. stealing a goal there. Limitless are out here having some fun.
They really are. I mean, the foresight to look for that play, that is such a Limitless special, the pass in towards the center. Sweaty gonna steal at the end because he was the architect of that after all. But I like that Limitless is doing that. I don't know if they'll get away with these sort of plays, at least to this frequency against other teams, but Astronic is giving Limitless all the space. But Limitless is taking full advantage.
I'll tell you something, to die for's feeling himself today. He absolutely is going for every single play that he wants to. Sweaty from the left-hand side, off the top, looking for to die for. That one would have been off the crossbar anyway. Snowy can't turn it in. Maybe Sweaty can, but that one's off the woodwork as well.
No!
Surely will be finished off. Aniello with the clearance. Limitless, they could be 5, 6, 7 up by this point. Astronic not at the races in game 1.
It really feels now like it's a moment of time until Limitless scores again. I mean, they're constantly around you. Astronic haven't crossed the halfway in the first 3 minutes, basically. And Limitless, there's so much creativity, again, lurking around, being a nuisance, coming off the wall, getting a backwards touch, floating it off the crossbar. Not finishing it off, but certainly looking good in their attempts.
Yeah, now Sweaty moving down the left-hand side, looking for more, and I'd love to know the statistics. I know Bromeo is sat there picking them up about how many times this ball has actually been in Limitless's half this game, because I feel like it's still single digits. It feels like it's not been out of the Astronic half of play. And that is down to Limitless just continuing to berate them. Finally, Astronic are able to get a clearance with some possession. There's a chance here for Cramox, but he's met immediately. To die for going for a squishy save in net. Unnecessary. Snowy off the sidewall. They clearly are not taking this one especially seriously, but at the same time, they're still making that sheet clean, and that's what's the most important thing for Limitless moving forwards in this open 3.
Yeah, first time Astronic gets down the other side, suddenly Limitless just have to lock in for half a second, immediately deal with the problems, and then get down to the other side of the field with a beautiful, charismatic aerial carry here from Sweaty. Round by Richu, over the top, no one's home, and the counterattack just puts Astronic back in their place.
Yeah, it certainly does. 40 seconds remaining of game number 1, but the result is already locked in, folks. As Limitless, they have proven to be the stronger team, certainly in game number 1. But the good news is, game number 2 is a fresh slate, a fresh 5 minutes, a fresh scoreboard, and Astronic can try and build from that. They have, as we've said, had one mainly attack in this game. They would like to improve on that in game 2, I am certain, as there is a chance for another one, but that clearance comes through, blocked off by Aniello at the midfield, looking inside for Cramox, and maybe Cramox actually got that reset, cleared away by To Die For, not all the way. Snowy is quickest up, will try and get a second touch, not able to, but To Die For will clear his lines. The ball will drop any moment now, and the result from game 1 will be exactly what we knew it would be from about the first 30 seconds of this game. Limitless 1, Astronic 0.
Well, the panel had justifiable confidence, I must admit. Limitless playing excellently. They're not taking all their advantages, but having enough of them. At the end, Rhino, I did feel like Astronic had a little bit more of a presence in the game. Once they did free themselves from the back line, they were able to move around. They were playing decent cross ball across the field. So there's life for Astronic. Limitless, just as long as they are able to maintain a stranglehold on the game, of course the scoreline is going to look like this.
Yeah, I mean, you just have to look at those shots, right? I think I saw 14-2 in favor of Limitless, which is absolutely ludicrous. But can Limitless keep up this pace for the entire series? Probably not. Will there be chance for Astronic to move down the other end? Absolutely, you would think there will be. So this is not series done. This is not, move on by any stretch of the imagination. There you go. That's Astronic's closest moment right there. However, Limitless, they have shown exactly why they were so favored in this matchup. They have shown exactly why they are one of the best in this region. They just have that teamwork and ability that so few in this region do.
Yeah, mechanics are something that can waver day by day, and on a great day like today, To Die For does feel like he's doing it well, but they're not relying on that. It's the synergy of the team, the little 1-2 passing plays at the back, or, a good challenge that turns into another 50 after that, someone's ready to pick up. This is what we like to see from Limitless. If you're a Limitless fan, if you are from Astronic, gonna have to cheer loud for them. Game number 2 awaits, and they're gonna want to turn that momentum with the untouched scoreboard of 5 minutes.
See if they are able to make a dent in that scoreboard, as that's a miss from Byrachu. It's off the back from Sweaty. There will be a covering player, and Astronic survive, but there's another onslaught on its way. The clearance comes through though, and Kramox is able to get there before his man. Byrachu looks to dunk this down. It's off the crossbar. Chance for Aniello following through. That one should find its home. It's an own goal in the end from someone on Limitless, but Astronic opened the scoring in game 2.
Yeah, it takes Astronic a couple of crossbar attempts and a little bit of fortune off the bonnet of Snowy, but they do get a goal. That's immediately broken their curse. Limitless now going to have to take this game seriously, and Astronic, I said it, at the end, they look like they did have the ability to come forward when they're given the chance, and they're going to do it again. Little soft pass towards the center, having to be dealt with by to die for, and Kramox is around to make another attempt.
There is definitely something to be said for a team feeling overconfident, and Limitless is certainly a team that has fallen susceptible to that a few times. They expect to win the game. They believe that they are the better roster. They get a game 1 win in such a way, and they let off the gas in game 2. They decide that this game isn't really worth their time, that they're going to win it anyway, and then they give up a few plays like the one we've just seen. But hang on a moment! Snowy! He was the one to score the own goal down the other end, but this is some individual brilliance.
The amount of time it took me to realize that he was making an aggressive play, because he takes us from so deep on his own line. No reason to hurry at any stage. The patience systematically dismantles his opposition line and takes it down with 2 members just left open. Unfortunately, left open is also their goal line. Astronic make it look easy, and they put paid to all the work that Snowy had to put in previously.
And it's another mistake in the backlines from Limitless. It was a Snowy own goal in the first instance. To Die For has missed a relatively slow-moving ball over the top of his goal line there. So Limitless being the architect of their own downfall at the moment, but Snowy, we'll see what he can bring as that individual who get that first goal for Limitless. Not going to be able to find anything on this go, as it will now be Aniello, but cleared away by Sweaty. A demo comes through. Sweaty's got an open net. He needs to find the ground pinch, and Kramox is just going to get back in time. The respawn is at the right time, and Astronic still lead 2-1.
That was a flawless play from Sweaty, though, and they're going to try again. So Nightfall looking for the intercept play, but neither of them managed to get a shot off. Sweaty once more into the foray, this time without the boost. Just looks for Yellow to pass off and bring Kramox into the mix. Got good control. Solid 50 comes out from Snowy. He's going to meet it on the wall and get the extra touch. One more, yes. Sweaty finds it, but immediately dealt with by Astronic, showing that they're here to play and that they can meet this Limitless side step for step.
Yeah, 3 minutes to go. Astronic still leading. Will that change now? Kramox makes sure that it doesn't. Gets a big demo onto To Die For. And now it's an Astronic attack coming through. A much more even game than we saw in game number 1. As Sweaty now going to try and do just that. Even it up off the backboard. Chance for Snowy to follow through, but Kramox gets there first. Not a lot of boosts to work with, so he will slow the play down. Looking for that pass inside. Cleared away by To Die For. Now working around the right-hand side. Half the game gone. Limitless still losing. They need to find something now going down the other end, and Astronic's defense looking a lot stronger than it was in game 1 for sure.
Yeah, Limitless is not making any more mistakes. They're still having far less chances, but Astronic dealing with them. They seem to have read through the playbook now of Limitless and asking the question, how much more do you have on Yellow? Only just spawning in time. And so we're going to get another chip, setting it up high To Die For with a strong shot met by Byrachu, who's going to turn that into an offensive opportunity. Snowy wasting no time, though, putting Astronic back on their heels and looking to close in.
This is where the Limitless stranglehold can get you, but once again, Astronic break it. They are able to move down the field. Snowy gets the turn. Now looking for the pass into To Die For, off the backboard, and Byrachu right there to make the play off the backboard. And Snowy goes by as well, which leaves this in a 2v1 situation. Aniello trying to play this one against his man, and To Die For flies through to make that save for Limitless. They are under the cosh in game 2. Astronic, fair play to them. They have not let game 1 affect them, but hang on, there's a counter here. Snowy flying through the air, going low, will be defended well.
Yep, Astronic has done such a great job of retreating as they've had their opportunities, and even when it doesn't come out, they don't suffer any real long-term consequences. Byrachu off the near post comes out. The middler is still hanging around, so Astronic going to have to weather the storm for a little bit longer. To Die For gets a little bit of a pinch pass through towards the center. Nothing come out, but possession retains in the locals.
Yeah, Limitless are playing a very patient game. They don't feel like they're in a rush to really make these aggressive moves. They take their time on the ball, they play it in between themselves, and then they strike when they feel they are in the ascendancy, which is right now. To die for is just going to be going behind that ball. Now he's working off that left-hand side, trying to get the ball into the middle. Kramox will be able to clear it away. A demo coming through onto the backlines as well. Kramox working forwards, and Sweaty, unfortunately, not given too much to concern himself with, as a misflick coming through from Astronic makes that offensive play just fade out a little bit. Snowy in the corner. Who will be up first? It's Sweaty looking for a third man. To die for is all the way back, pass down, but he's not going to find it. Kramox might have just picked the pockets of Limitless, and Astronic are looking to tie this series up.
With 17 seconds left, it was Limitless with everything to lose. They had to make a breakaway play, and the attempt was there. The pass just didn't make the connection, and Kramox with the awareness. This is where Astronic has really been shining in game number 2s. They seem to cover all the angles, and Limitless, they pass it between them. They have the mechanical prowess. They're not finding a chink in the armor. Astronic with this fluidity find themselves a buffer of 2 full goals. Early game number 2 in the bag.
Yeah, and I tell you what, as much as we make storylines here on the desk, as much as we tell you that, you know, there is a real chance for Astronic in game 2, you'd be fairly presumptuous to believe that after that game number 1, it was just going to be a Limitless steamroll right the way through this series. But Astronic, fair play to them, they have come back and they have proven that they belong in this position to play against Limitless. Limitless, okay, it wasn't their best game. They've made a couple of mistakes on defense, but you still have to be there to capitalize. You still have to force those mistakes upon your opponent, and that's what Astronic have done really, really well in game 2.
Yep. Limitless is trying the more creative plays. They're trying these riskier in passes. They're having to do this to break through what Astronic is offering on defense. And Astronic is just holding firm. They're just moving around. They're getting the solid blocks. They're turning not just to save, but into an offensive opportunity. We saw Byrachu take to the air at one stage there. And that's the sort of way to constantly make your opponents take a step back, retreat to their side of the field, maybe make a long, deep dive for boost and get themselves out of position. What we haven't seen a lot, Rhino, is the physicality, the impactful demo plays on the baseline. And this is something that both these teams are renowned for.
Yeah, absolutely. And it is something that I would like to see a lot. We've often talked throughout this split about what the meta way of playing Rocket League right now is. And it is those disruption plays, those bumps, those demos. They are always coming through on the goal lines from the very, very top teams. I'd like to see both of these teams explore that a little bit more here in game 3.
Game number 3, completely level in terms of the series, but everything to play for. Remember, this is an elimination match, and 2 teams coming in and playing like it from the first moment. Limitless gets a pinch off in the most. We're going to have to see the replay. I lost this at about the second collision. So but Eiffel comes in, shuts down all 3 who are out, and we got to call it a physics-based game, so calculated the whole way. Limitless take goal number 1.
There was a team bump in the backlines as well from Astronic. They were a little bit flustered coming out the gates, as that angle was almost found from Limitless from the left-hand side, but it wasn't over the top. To die for looking for his second. He actually was going to find the top corner as well, but what a save from Kramox to keep the scoreline at 1-0. And now he's going to try and get something going down the other end. Nothing doing. And Limitless have picked up quite a lot of boost, so they should be able to deal with this. 0 boost on the side of Byrachu. And it will be inside from Kramox. Astronic have been able to maintain their possession quite well, but eventually Limitless do get this away across the halfway line.
Astronic now with the time and resources. They managed to get their boost tanks full. They've still got the possession. They come in for their second assault. Possession now in the hands of Sweaty. See if he can control this with a great flip reset and a little bit of help out from To Die For. They managed to break the deadlock. Pass towards the center. Meets up against the third man of Snowy. And valiant shot attempt now going to be faced the other way. Sweaty and To Die For both. To Die For was desperately there to save his teammates. Both of them come away with naught.
Say something. We talk about these inside passes from Limitless being more dangerous, more risky. But I love to see it from them. They are trying to make these work. And if you have the space for them, if you are able to get to that pass first before your opponent, it can be devastating. Again, we've seen them at the very top level in EU and NA for quite a while. So Limitless trying to find those team plays, trying to work together. That is definitely a good sign for this roster, and we'll see if they are going to be able to put a few more together. To die for wanting to go alone, clearance away. Snowy does get the 50. It's going to be lifted up into the air. The third man does not press. Sweaty decides to sit back, and that was absolutely the right decision as Tadaifor makes a huge save.
Still trying to look at the speed of their transitions. Tadaifor having to pick up the ball on the goal line. Gets it past 2. Gives Kramox a little bit of a punt in the right direction. So going to turn over the ball. But Tadaifor immediately on the other side of the field. Up for the challenge. Snowy going to be the second man to make contact. And Limitless, they've got 1 goal up already. But they're certainly not sitting on their laurels just yet.
No, they are not, and this is a much better look from Limitless. Ball over the top from Snowy. He's made 2 miss. Looks to get it back down to Tadaifor. Can't turn it in. And now Sweaty threatened to challenge, decided not to in the end, and that was a good decision. Gets back to make the defenses. Now the pass down from Astronic is good, but Snowy, the defensive stall for the side of Limitless, is able to clear this away, and now Tadaifor can bring it through. Nice double touch on the side wall. Limitless going to try and get 1 more for the road. That bump could be everything, but it's off the crossbar from Sweaty. Back across. Great save from Kramox. In again. And somehow the ball is not over the line.
I mean, Limitless is putting everything into this. 3, 4, 5 attempts, but have they put too much? The backboard double read was there, but the angle was off. Now Limitless, they have their chance. Astronic threw everything into that last play, and they came so close. Heartbreak meets them. 2-goal job up to the challenge here for Astronic in 2 minutes.
Counter-attack on counter-attack on counter-attack on counter-attack. These two teams are not sitting back on defense all that much. They just want goals, and maybe Astronic might find one here. Snowy just lifting that one into the air, trying to slow the attack down. Nice pass to Byrachu, but it's just beyond him. And Limitless, they breathe a sigh of relief because a kickoff goal there changes the complexion of this game entirely.
Absolutely. 2 goals feels good going into the last minute. A single goal, you don't feel comfortable even past the last second. Limitless, they're going to be happy with the standing right now, but bit of a breakaway. Tadaifor, I don't think anyone's going to come out there. Difficult bounce to read, gets in the way instead, physically opens up the line, and Snowy going to make it a clean trio.
There's that physical play we've been asking for. Snowy able to get this into the left-hand side of the goal because there was work being done on the goal line, just avoiding the defenders. And Limitless now 3 to the good. And this is looking a little bit more like that game number 1. It seems that if Astronic are going to win a game, it has to be a game where they make it very scrappy, very back and forth. And Limitless, when they get in control, they are by far the better team on this field.
It certainly seems like this. The game, of course, much closer than game number 1. Not just in terms of scoreline, but in terms of Astronic having legitimately powerful attempts at the goal. True. And so the complexion is not quite the same. I mean, they're going to be credited 1. The story is not quite written in stone just yet. And a great pass comes off here. Kramox, under pressure there, finds Byrachu coming the wrong way across the goal. And that redirect, he makes it look easy.
Yeah, Tadaifor in the right place at the wrong time, it seems. I think that was a good defensive position to be held by him. But at the end of the day, he just can't make the play. He can't get across the board quick enough. He does there, but Aniello is still going to keep this pressure on him. With 50 seconds left, Astronic, if they get a goal here, that makes for a very, very interesting final 50 seconds. But this one off the backboard, not defended, will be cleared away by Byrachu. And actually, Kramox has gone forwards here. He's not got any boost in the tank. Byrachu will collect in the midfield, off the top, looking to drop this down. Sweaty is going to be there, but Astronic, they are coming through with some very interesting looks indeed. That dunk almost locked in, but Snowy makes a save. Now the ball's in the back post. Kramox moves it back across. Byrachu is there, but so is Tadaifor. Limitless, last-ditch defending, working out for them. Snowy, can he turn on this ball in time? He can. Limitless 4, Astronic 1.
I actually cannot believe that Astronic did not come out the better in that engagement. Since kickoff, it was tense moments and Limitless scrambling. There were moments when the defender came off screen that I was 100% certain that ball was going in. And yet, Limitless, they stand the test, they turn it around, and they get themselves a goal. Again, a sign of a team with the amount of experience like this is that they can hold their nerve under pressure.
Oh my goodness, off the backboard. There's no one there to follow through. Byrachu gets another one for the road. And my co-caster is screaming no chance. I'm saying about 1 or 2%. I don't think it's impossible. But yeah, I mean, Astronic 2 goals in 5 seconds. It's going to have to be very, very quick.
again, this is what we were talking about, though. Astronic still looks like they are dangerous at any stage. The fact that there is that 1 or 2% chance is terrifying here for Limitless. This is their first challenge of the day, and they're being forced, which looked to be a nice clean sweep, a repeat of game 1. Now suddenly into a tense 4v2 finish in the last couple of seconds. And Limitless happy, certainly, to be going up in the series, but not with the same confidence, I think, of game 1.
Yeah, absolutely. I will say I think that was probably the closest game so far that we've had this series. I thought game 1 was all Limitless. Game 2 seemed to be all Astronic. This game 3 was very back and forth, and you can see that right there in the shots. It's exactly the same. 50-50, 12-12. Both teams had the same chances, but the saves going far in the way of Limitless just pushes them.
I lost this at about the second collision. So.
Yeah, I mean, if game number 3 is to tell us anything about the remainder of this series and how it's going to go, to die for wanting to go alone, clearance away. Snowy does get the 50. That bump could be everything, but it's off the cross. 2 minutes. Hi, Greybeard. Good to speak to you. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, they certainly seem to clean up their gameplay going into that game number 3, which was absolutely everything that we wanted to see, but that was not at the detriment of Astronic. They were still able to come forwards, still able to make offensive opportunities, and that leads to a very interesting series. So Kramok's going to try and get this one working. He doesn't actually get all of that one, but it will be cleared away. Sweaty with the first shot of game number 4, and you would think Limitless want this game done as quickly as possible, Greybeard, but at the same time, Astronic, they are here to stay. They are proving to be a very stout competition.
Yeah, I just don't see where Limitless have been good throughout the years in the various iterations have been adapting to their situation, and they are occasionally caught napping, but once they do tend to fix it and come and sort it right out. But having said that, the first 40 seconds has not gone all their way. The Limitless have had the best of it, but Astronic standing firm for the time being, and right now pretty much a midfield battle with no results.
Yeah, it seems that way. Maybe 1 or 2 shots going either way, but nothing insane. And we do apologize for those slight technical difficulties, as there was some music playing in the background, but we have game sound back as To Die For now sending this one long. Kramox leaving that one for Bayrachu. There's a chance here for To Die For, but it will be pushed away by that man Kramox again. Oh, Sweaty. That bounce did not favor him at all, so Snowy had to come in and make the challenge instead. But Sweaty looking to go coast to coast, looking for To Die For! Right-hand side of the goal, and Limitless take the lead.
As this game was going on, and it was 0-0, I thought that was going to favor Astronic because Limitless have been very quick, but now they've got the first on the board. It's taken them the longest we've seen to score that opening goal, 1 minute and 21 seconds. And now with a bit of momentum, maybe they go again. To Die For gets it over one, down off the ceiling, and going to be picked up by Astronic. There's been a bump on the goal line, big opportunity. But again, Limitless know how to get back and defend.
Their recovery speed is scary, Limitless. They really do get back so well as a team. That pass inside Bayrachu! But that's a fantastic save from To Die For. He had to jump at the very last second. Had a bit of boost to work with. But realistically, it was those reactions that led to him getting that save. So Limitless survive another Astronic attack. And it just seems that their defenses are cut above. But maybe it stops now. Sweaty clearing that one away. And Yellow has been bumped. And that should really put an end to this attack. It does not, though. Astronic still moving forward.
Oh, but there's been a little bit of a miscom, but they still have possession. To Die For puts paid to that. At least briefly. Limitless are pressure. There's going to be a shot on Kramox. Couldn't commit. He only had 12 boost in the tank. And now here come Limitless. Who gets to this in the air first? To Die For gets there down in the middle. And we're back to the middle of the pitch. Argy-bargy midfield play. But Limitless with the lead.
for the moment. Astronic, they are coming forwards at a rate of knots, as it will be Sweaty. To the left-hand side, has to die for inside under the crossbar. What a save, Kramox. Back in from Snowy. Kramox almost does it again. He makes the first save onto the crossbar, but he cannot move out of the way of the ball on its follow-through, and it will go down as an own goal, unfortunately, but Limitless are 2-0 up.
Yeah, and that again affirms that there are no gods in Rocket League, because that was terribly unfortunate. You know, when you pull off the miracle save and then on your follow through you put it into your own net, that is just unfortunate. Limitless though, with the 2-goal lead and still lots of time left, but you don't. I just feel like it's not enough time left for Astronic to mount a comeback.
Oh yeah, we said that in the last game though. Limitless were 2 or 3-0 up, and then all of a sudden Astronic started getting back into it. So they can find a goal from anywhere. See if this is kind of the place where they can find a goal from. It will be cleared away. Snowy's going to get up for it. Backboard, looking for the angle, but Bayrachu follows that one through. And now Astronic look to cut that deficit. As we were talking about in the last game, 2-0 going into the final minute does feel pretty good. But only a 1-goal lead does change things, and Bayrachu allows the prophecy to come true as Astronic halve the deficit.
They were looking very fragile in their own last third. Limitless pushing up. Somehow they kept it out, and they looked like their entire shape was falling apart. But somehow, some way, they find a way out, and more importantly, find a goal against Limitless. And now it becomes a Sweaty finish. And speaking of Sweaty, he has to die for with a shot, with a goal. Limitless back in front by 2.
Just when we were about to get into a final 60 seconds of holding your nerve and heart-stopping moments, to die for decides that he doesn't want any of that nonsense. He is not particularly interested in what you have to say. He wants Limitless to take this game home, and he does a fantastic job of giving them the best opportunity. Snowy got to recover there. That pinch through on the sidewall was absolutely crazy, but in the end, Limitless do make the defensive play, and now Snowy can start to bring this one into the offensive half as Astronic, they try and figure out how they can get beyond this Limitless defense. Oh! They do, and we will see if they get that. As it may be that you could not hear my co-caster there. I do apologize. As Limitless, they still have a 3-2 lead, but with 20 seconds left, every single second that goes by is so important. And this one to die for off the backboard. Limitless aren't going to overexert. They aren't going to overextend. Sweaty tries to knock this one in. It's cleared away by Bayrachu. It's to die for now, trying to work this one in the midfield. Does so well to turn on that ball, and it will be the dagger coming through for Limitless. And Astronic, they are going to wonder how they have let this game slip through their grasp, but Limitless on series point.
Left. Astronic had such a good look. They made us question for a second whether the panel did in fact oversell Limitless's chances. And right now, Limitless putting paid to that. 3-1 up in the series.
Yep, and this is, again, where most people would have said that this game was going to go before a ball was kicked, but maybe not quite in the way that it has been. A Limitless 4-2 victory that felt a lot closer than maybe it should have been. And once again, we are talking about an even scoreboard, and that is because we are looking at the results from Game 3, not Game number 4. So that is why that looks very familiar as to last game. However, we can watch the highlights from that Game number 4. And it really felt very even. Again, Ultraism, once again, back and forth. Limitless taking the lead, but Astronic never going away.
never going away, and it's not surprising. These guys are all looking fantastic, and Yilo makes two beautiful passes. I mean, this was the first of the two. Bairuchu always ready to go, and I think that's the highlight. That's the storyline of both these squads, is which team is just on the same page that little bit more, and for a longer period of time. I have felt that Limitless, when they go and start constricting their opponents, their hallmark has always been pressure until our opponents break. I have not felt that Astronic has had that same sort of presence for a long time in their opponent's half.
No, it doesn't seem that way, but they are going to have some time now to talk it through, as they have taken a timeout going into this game number 5, which I think was necessary. Yeah. I think that's the smart thing to do, if we're going to be honest, Altruism. But at the same time, you are also giving Limitless a chance to kind of collect their thoughts and maybe cut out some of those defensive mistakes that they have been making.
I mean, the old psychology is always you want to break the momentum of the people who are in charge. So if you are down in a series, just take a step back. Maybe they'll come back in, and so they're going to be too joking now, right? Their joviality is going to get the better of them, and they're not going to take the rest of the series as intently. And so coming in now, Aquadome looking to be the final resting place of Astronic Aquatic at the end of this. Limitless, though, this is a team that wants to close this game out with certainty if they're going to turn their sights to the rest of the lower bracket run.
Yes, absolutely. So this is kind of where Limitless, they are going to want to put paid to everything that we've been saying about the Astronic counter. There is a chance here that they are able to do that, but it's going to take a lot more effort than maybe they would have given them credit for, as Astronic have proven very, very solid in this series. It's Limitless now with To Die For, starting to work through. And Yellow, that is a absolutely huge block in the midfield to turn an offense into defense.
Now the opportunity. Cramox looking for something. Bairuchu wants to get involved, but ball comes off the ceiling and difficult to get it. Instead, Limitless now going to have their chance. And on the backboard, Cramox hasn't got it any sort of distance. Then commits to the play. In fact, giving his whole life for it, and has worked out to slow Limitless down for a second, but it has not turned us away in their intent.
Absolutely not. And Yilo is going to push this one to the side, and we'll get there before Sweaty as well. To Die For wanting to keep the play alive. Snowy over the top of one. That one will drop down in a very, very precarious position. And To Die For make sure that it goes over the line. Limitless take the lead 1-0.
Look how high Limitless keep that, and it's an awkward position there for Astronic. They don't want to be diving to their own ceiling just above their net, and Limitless was Sweaty to Snowy, down to Die For. They pick their moment to descend, and they pick up another early good goal, and looking strong inners. Now the ball falls towards their side. Need to be careful about that animal backed into the corner that is Astronic right now.
Yeah, absolutely. This is the point at which Astronic have nothing to lose, right? They are facing elimination here in Open 3. They will try everything they can to try and turn this around. And there's Cramox getting a demo onto Sweaty. We talked about the more aggressive style of play that both of these teams needed. Well, there it is right there from Astronic. So Bairuchu getting a huge block off in the midfield. Now going over the top. That's a pass to Cramox, and he's got no one against him. There is no one there from Limitless. A double commit on the Bairuchu chance leaves Cramox completely unmarked at the back post.
Oh, Sweaty was obviously having some nerves there. Goes up a little bit too early. Thinks that the initial challenge is not going to come out, and leaves the backline open. Again, Astronic so good at punishing mistakes. Limitless going to have to try and get those in check. They want to take the rest of this quite cleanly, and they're forced now to fight themselves out of a deadlock game number 5. And 3.5 minutes is plenty of time for Astronic to find their feet and take this game quite handedly away from Limitless.
Absolutely. And that's a good piece of play from Anilo to push it into the corner. And Bairuchu will clear his line. Sweaty trying to take it away from Cramox, and he takes the boost as well. That is so huge for the Limitless attack that is now following, as it's Snowy trying to play it across. Sweaty collecting in the corner. Now looking for Snowy again, potentially. Snowy off the backboard. Is that third man coming through to Die For? No, he will sit back and he will relax as he passes across to Sweaty. What a ball across field! Limitless always aware of each other's positioning, and that is perfect placement from Limitless.
Oh, I don't know about you, Rhino, but whenever I see For lurking in the background as third man, he doesn't often play that position, but when he does, he's got that individual skill to kind of come out of the smoke of the initial clash between the two teams, pick up the loose ball, and either take it himself or, like you say, in that position, find the teammate waiting on the other side, lingering as a sleeper agent, and find the perfect pass that makes it easier, and then goes and puts another one on for themselves. A little bit of consternation in the backline here of Astronic means that they're not the only ones who can take advantage of mistakes.
Yeah, there was a demo over on that far side, and I don't know whether Kramox was expecting that player to come across, but he was out of the play anyway. So Astronic, they just let that one go by as we played half of game number 5 already. It will now be Snow. He's to take this one up the backboard. Looking to get the challenge. Oh, and Kramox has got absolutely nowhere near that by Rachu. Able to push it away. But that is what Limitless can do. They are so clinical when it comes to attacking. They make something from nothing at any given moment.
There's constantly a game there, a demo. The play is not over just because the ball is no longer in my position. Still going to be involved. Snowy gets involved this time. Demo in the center takes the For out of the equation, but just going to give the Limitless the time. And Snowy, you can see the intent is there. Still sticking around, steals the boost. Not there to collect on the pass as a result, but cleaning up, mowing down the boost across the entire field, and then goes for the individual play. It's a pass going to go for a second now. Fakes it out and to die for with a high shot. Sets it up for Sweaty. How many mind games do you want to play here, Limitless?
Every single one of them. I think the answer to that question is just yes. As Sweaty now playing this one over on the right-hand side. 4-1 to Limitless, and that is exactly what you want to see from a team. I mean, they're 3-1 up. There is no reason for all three of them to be in Astronic's territory. They don't need a goal, but they still want to find it. They still want to embarrass the team that they're playing against. They still want to prove that they are going to give this weekend everything that they've got in a fight for not just this major, but you also have to remember that Worlds could be on the line. They want to make sure that they get minimum of second place, cut that gap to Maestros, who of course now are for esports, as this one now played into the middle, and we will have just over a minute left. That pass up to For could be everything, but he decides to wave that one off. Anielo had the jump on him, and Astronic can come forward.
I'm actually so glad that Limitless is taking this seriously. Astronic is a good team. They finished second in the groups. And it's just, I mean, little moments like this is not the defining factor between these squads. I think Limitless is going to be even more jubilant to pick this up. But at the end of the day, Astronic has been a solid team throughout every one of the weekends that we've had. This is the end of the first half of the season. And Limitless is batting aside a valiant contender. And they're going to need to do that over and over again. So, yeah, they want to make sure that everyone coming up against them has that a little bit of a psychological stutter to them.
Yeah, it's all about trying to make those psychological kind of messages right to everybody else. They want to let you know that they are here and they are going to give you a real fight. That's exactly what they've been doing here. As 5-1 currently, are they going to go for the Brazil? There could be a chance here to die for. It's pushed to the side. Snowy follows in. Oh, it's off the crossbar. Close to number 6, but it's not quite going to happen, and there's just not long enough in the game for Astronic to fight back in this one. If they were maybe 2 goals down, I might give them a chance, but 4 goals down at this stage is just too far to go for the Astronic roster.
Yeah, I think they can take solace that only game number 1 was a complete shutout, but game number 2, they looked so good. They were able to get themselves the freedom. Now at the end, Limitless going to let it drop down. Snowy, one more little poke at the goal. Is going to try and pick up a second to die for. Going to make it a final scoreline of 6-1, but they're only important numbers right now. 4-1 to the side of Limitless in terms of our best of 7. That secures them the next spot and in the lower brackets.
That's not nice, is it? That's not nice. You didn't need to do that. I mean, a 6th on the board at the end of the day. Limitless continued to be ruthless, as well as Limitless in their Rocket League, and they take this series 4-1. Astronic got us to an even playing field after game number 2, but after that, Ultraism, it just felt like it was all going the way of Limitless.
And it looked like Limitless was playing some of the best Rocket League of their lives. I mean, how often do we see them trying for those low passing plays? We normally see maybe 1 or 2 in a game. Here they were putting 5, 6, 7 of them, and they were working. They were going for their nice little individual plays, but everywhere on the field, there was always the intent to find a partner. And what? I think maybe 20% of these goals actually came from a straight shot.
Yeah, it certainly felt that way. There was a couple of solo plays for sure, but on the whole, it was very much even. And we can bring back Greybeard and Bromeo into proceedings. Greybeard, I mean, yeah, that was the Limitless we expected, I think.
We were talking about the shifting role of To Die For, and To Die For has been notorious for a long time as a stat padder. And Ultrazam, I see Sweaty sort of nudging in there, wanting to take that, making the tap in goals, getting himself a few extra stats, and a sign that Limitless understand the idea of shifting roles and people doing whatever job needs to be done.
That's exactly it. No one had a position there. We've seen it in the past where maybe Snowy a little bit more passive in the back. Everyone was so fluid. When you were in the attack, you were in the attacking role and you stuck around until your job was done. And then you get out, you take up the defensive role. We didn't see anyone with a dominating scoreline in terms of number of points or number of individual goals. You know, someone shined here and then they passed it off there. Yes, Sweaty did steal a goal, but that shows me that they were just relaxed in the way that they were playing, that they were actually thinking about, you know, who's going to get the final little tick box at the end.
Romeo, you have been, I know you were in lobby, closely observing things, collecting data, information, and stats. What can you tell us?
Well, I picked up an interesting stat. We just spoke about how nobody had any specific roles, but that's not entirely true. I noticed that Snowy played more forward than anybody else on either team. So it meant that, you know, even though everybody played their own parts, it meant that Snowy was generally the first on attack. Even if he wasn't the one to finish, he was there directing it. And I think that contributed greatly to the result of this and how they generally play.
Well, it didn't go all their way. Fantastic opening game. Game 2 got a little bit wobbly. Not to the point where it was a concern, but in game 2 they were pushed by Astronic, and when they were pushed hard like that, they struggled a bit at the back. Couple of mistakes, couple of whiffs. We saw it To Die For whiff. We saw an unfortunate Snowy own goal, but they certainly, coming out from game 3, they seemed to correct it, and as they moved forward from there, they became stronger and stronger. And Bromeo, I'm going to come back to you again just very quickly. I don't know for you, out of the 3 Limitless players, who was for you the MVP based on what you saw in game?
Oh man, I would have to say Sweaty. I was looking at a little mini map of the stats as it happened, and just, you know, position wise, Sweaty was on the ball, and that pass off from To Die For was an absolute peach, but Sweaty banged it home. And I've just got to say, you know, he just played incredibly consistently. And you know, just a little fact for that second game, the only time that Limitless didn't have control of Astronic's back left boost was the game that they lost. So I think that is, you know, something to look out for. When they have, you know, possessional dominance, they win.
Isn't that always the story? Sorry, isn't that always the story of Limitless, though? When they are there, they are 3 men within your side of the field, constantly rotating around. They can dive back if they need to, or they feel like they've left control. But, I mean, they're constantly denying your backline. And then, like Rhino and I were talking about, from about Great Game 3 onwards, they brought in the physicality to just layer on their opponents and put more pressure.
So it was a sweep on the desk. All of us predicted a Limitless win. That was correct. My score prediction was not correct, however. I thought it would be a sweep. And after game 1, I thought it was a lock, but not to be. Machtfish coming in clutch there. Bang on with that prediction. And it does mean that we see our first exit. Astronic are the first team to leave the top 8. We will see one more today, and that'll be one of the 2 coming up in our next series. And before we get there, we're going to have a chat with Snowy from Limitless.
Hey, chatting to Snowy now. Welcome. Well played.
Thank you.
So my first question is to you. You had a very strong opening match today after qualifying through lowers. How do you feel like your prospects look going forward? Feeling good?
Yeah, feeling pretty decent. Obviously, it's not great that we, dropped into the lower bracket, and now we have a bit more work to do on Sunday. But yeah, we're still feeling good as a team.
Good. I think you should be. I don't think there's any doubt about that. Astronic came out of the blocks, maybe not quite as quickly as he expected, but that game number 2, they really started to cause you guys some problems. Did they bring something to the table today that you weren't expecting?
No, not really. We know this team pretty well. Like we have the successful matchup, history against them. They played. It's not the exact same roster, but it's more or less the same. Just one player different. They played a lot last season, so we know them from that. And yeah, they didn't bring anything like too different. I think game 2 we just lost a little bit of focus. Maybe got a little bit too relaxed from the easy win in game 1. And yeah, I mean today I think they had some technical issues as well. So that kind of just didn't really give them a chance to fight properly. So unlucky to them.
It is unfortunate. But Snow, you mentioned that obviously it's a bit more work starting from a different seeding to what you're accustomed to. Is there a tangible vibe? Is there a different process that you approach from finishing lower in a seed? How are the games you feel like that? Because it's obviously do or die from the start. It's obviously just a different feeling, maybe?
Yeah, slightly, I guess. I suppose the difference being, in the last 2 events, the only game we played today is basically just it's like a free attempt at an advancement. It's not an elimination game, so it is a different feeling from that angle. But we also know if you're in the lower bracket already, you're probably facing a weaker team. So there's not as much pressure in the game that we played today, even though it is an elimination game. If we were in the upper bracket, that free attempt, the upper quarters, whatever it is, we're playing one of the top 4 teams most likely. So it's a tougher game.
Yeah, fair enough. Absolutely. So let's take a little bit of a look out then at the wider picture. Of course, it's going to take a monumental effort to get to Birmingham, though it's not mathematically impossible. Is it Limitless now focusing on Worlds qualification and looking towards Split 2? Have you written off this split, or is there still something that you feel like you are fighting for here in this Open?
We just take it one game at a time.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Understood. Well, thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us, Snowy. We really appreciate you, and good luck for the rest of the Open. We'll be seeing you again tomorrow.
Thanks.
And Greybeard.
Well. Greybeard was thinking the same. I think, well. Even though we cannot hear him. Oh, that's a shame.
No, you can. No, it's all good. I can hear you. You can hear me. We're all in good shape here. One series down, another in the lower bracket to go. It is Ball Eaters up against Bulletproof. 2 EU teams, EU on EU violence for a change. One of them will go home, and chat got it spot on, bang on, in the first series in terms of their prediction. Let's see if they can do it for a second time. So the chat vote will be open, and you can have your call between the Ball Eater and Bulletproof. And out the gate, Bromeo, I don't know what your immediate thoughts are on these 2 teams and who you think are likely to take it.
I mean, this is generally the hardest game to call of the weekend because it is generally between 2 underperforming teams. I don't think I've seen teams in this current slot feature in, multiple weekends of RLCS. So yes, Bulletproof versus Ball Eater will be interesting. I think it's going to be closely contested. I have a soft spot for Bulletproof because I really enjoyed the way that Rubik's played when he was on Team Mobula. Fascinating guy to watch. So I don't have too much statistics of them facing each other, although I do feel that Ball Eater, having played a little bit more top flight, would have the advantage in this case.
All right, well, as far...
Sorry, you say that Ball Eater have played more top flight, but the fact is both of them have a top 6 record, right? They both have been at, or not at the top, but near the very top. So I'd say this is probably a matchup that really at this point shouldn't necessarily be happening.
Well, I don't have much of a soft spot for either, and in particular Bulletproof right now. I'm feeling a little bit sore after GSL last night, but they are both here, both facing elimination, and in terms of the team comparisons, if we look at their stats and how they do generally for the split so far, we see it up there, and they're not too different. And I mean, we see they are actually Ultras are incredibly close together.
I mean, goals, shots, demos. The one thing that leans me towards Bulletproof in this lineup right now is that they're making less saves, which means that they're kind of controlling the tempo. They do this using their demos. They get off just slightly more shots, but in general, they seem to have less pressure on their back line. I mean, that's what you get. Ball leaders, unfortunately, their stats are skewed a little bit. They had to play 5 games in GSO, and a 3-2 is... coming out as the lowest seed is just kind of testament to we're going to have to work hard. And what I don't like from either of these squads, over 8 shots and 2.5 goals is not a great consistency.
And they are so similar in so many ways, including their logos, BP and BE. Working hard on the team branding there. So if we now start talking predictions, and I don't know how familiar, Muck, you are with the players on these teams. I mean, obviously Rubik's we know from Mobula last season, but in terms of the rest, our Ball Eaters all in SSA for the first time this season. So I don't know how much track and history and knowledge you have of these rosters.
I've just heard for the first time actually that Ball Eaters are in SSA. I did not know that. No one told me. So that's a bit of a surprise for me, but which changes things. I think before I'd say Bulletproof have shown that they can be very, very good indeed. I'm still gonna back them. They're the last team with any sort of Germanic influence, right? So give me Bulletproof. But having now learned that Chester, Mira, and Q-Tips are down in SSA.
Oh, no, they're not. Sorry, I misspoke. I meant playing in SSA. Yeah.
That would have changed everything.
Down. Okay, then scratch all of that. I remember succinctly something that Chester said in Regional 1. That was, he just lets Mira and Q-Tips ball chase. The thing is, that's not a strategy that works particularly well against Youngster, or ever has worked especially well against Youngster. So my pick is Bulletproof and 4-1.
4-1. Okay, you sticking with the 4-1. I mean,
I'm sticking with the 4-1.
It worked for you once. We're gonna go
also,
for it again.
Also, I got pressured into making this prediction.
Okay, well, I'm going to take the next prediction, and then Bromia and Ultras, I'll come to you guys. I mean, in terms of personal investment in a series, there's probably less for me, and I have to think ahead of like, okay, so if an SSA team is going to play one of these, who would I prefer them to play? And I'm not entirely sure. Based on the stats we've seen, they are so closely. They are so close statistically, so it's hard to know. But given the fact Bulletproof were beaten by Cosmico and Highball gave them a pretty serious run, and I think I'm going to therefore predict for Ball Eater, but I do think it's going to be far closer than the 4-1 that Machtfish is predicting. I think we're going to go. I want to go with the obvious and say 4-3, but I think we're going to go 4-2, maybe all the way, but 4-2 as a minimum. Bromio.
All right, so we don't have very much head-to-head history between these two teams. What I can tell you is from yesterday, we saw Ball Eater struggle against Insanity. They got 3-0'd by Limitless, and they obviously did not do too well against Hay with Riz either. So that was not a good start for them. Bulletproof, however, strongly beat Mustu Flux 3-1. They took down Highball 3-1. They swept Astronic. And based on recent form alone, that's why I am going to go Bulletproof. I am also going to say it's probably going to be a 4-2 game.
That leaves. Do we have a? Are we split down the middle, Ultrasm?
Yes, my prediction is split down the middle here, Gravian. I must admit, like, Bromeo did steal like half of my point there because historically, yeah, Bulletproof is the better team. And so that's why even in my predictions beforehand, I put down Bulletproof. I think I'm still going to stick to that. But I was actually like in the middle of changing my predictions on the score sheet simply because I think Mira and Q-Tips, like that chaotic nature, if they pop off on the day, they could take this right here and now. And pretty quickly as well. I could think they could do it in like a 4-1 sweep or something like that. But still, it's the consistency. It's a historic share of Bulletproof that make me feel that they're going to show up a little bit more.
Well, this
4-3, by the way, that was my prediction. 4-3. That's why it's just a little bit.
Okay.
Close.
It does leave me in an interesting situation in that if Ball Eater win, I stand a great chance of pulling ahead of everybody in the prediction game. And I'm never ahead. But when I have these opportunities, they never work out for me. So I am a little bit concerned. All right, we have just been informed that there is a bit of a delay on the start. There is a player that we're waiting on who has not yet arrived. So that might make things awkward. It might make our predictions a little bit academic, but no doubt.
I vote for the other team. Whoever that is. We'll change it.
Whoever's got all their players in that team.
I mean, that's interesting because we don't know which player is missing, right? We only know that a player is missing.
Yeah, can we get confirmation? Because like that changes even when they do arrive now, assuming that we're still going to have a 3v3 game. Arriving, skidding into your match, that's an elimination, you're psychologically not in the right place. And Rocket League is a game where like the smallest little lapse in concentration will get to you.
Well, the good news is that the player is missing from Bulletproof. Well, and the predictions are locked in. They are locked in.
That's not okay.
I trust. I believe that we have a series because how anticlimactic as well would it be if we don't get a series? I've trust in the player's ability to show up.
Well, if we go all the way back to regional number 1 or open number 1, I'm playing under the name Dunno Chief. This team, if you recall, on Championship Sunday forfeited.
Yeah, but they were ill. They fell ill.
Yeah, I know, but it's a concern. What I'm saying is there is a little bit. There is. Oh no. I've been fact-checked. We have been fact-checked by Pyro. The missing player is Mira, and he's from Ball Eater. So keep in mind, these predictions won't count in the event.
Okay, now they won't count.
Well, that gives us. Well, now we got a full. What?
I've sent a screenshot from the lobby. I'd like to quote Chester at this point in time.
Yes.
If the question was whether Mira was even online, and Chester said if he was, he would answer to the 194 calls we did.
Oh my word!
Have a sub, right?
I've got sent this screenshot by Young, so that's all I can say about that, and I will not comment on it any further.
Okay, well that's okay. Well, that's so we got a bit of time to fill here, guys. So let's.
I knew the Germans wouldn't be late. They're punctual people.
They are, and this might be a good time for me to tell you my favorite German joke, and I'm going to tell this, and then we're immediately going to go to a short break while the DQ timer runs.
Oh, no.
So how many Germans does it? How many Germans does it take to change a light bulb?
Oh, come on, man.
Oh, wait.
Only one. They're efficient, but not very funny. We're going to take a short break, and we will be back with either the next series or the one after that. See you in a few moments.
I lost this at about the second collision. So the rifle comes in, shuts down.
Well, we are back, and the news is such. Ball Eaters have been disqualified. They are DQ'd, so they exit in the top 8. They will play no further part in this tournament, which means our next match is going to be expedited. So if production can put up the bracket so we see where we are and what's what, then we will know where we are. So that is unfortunate. So all our predictions are going to be, reset.
Wait.
Wait.
I'm sorry. No.
So our next, okay, can we have quiet in the house, please? I'm trying to talk about important things right now. Our next series then is going to be Foot Esports versus Le Bosch. That is in the upper bracket. It's not an elimination match. The loser of that will go and play in the lower bracket, but still in the top 6 tomorrow. Now, the next teams have to now get ready in an expedited manner. We are going to kick off that series at 6:30. That's in 17 minutes time. So we're going to take a break now, and then we'll come back and look at the two teams, the comparisons, and do the legitimate predictions for our next series. Then we shall see you shortly.
Didn't mean to say too much, but you've been driving me crazy. Never felt like this before. I try to be nonchalant, even though it's obvious. I can never help wanting more. Oh, slip into the dark and then we end up in each other's arms. There's no looking back, I gotta find a way to where you are. Make me your shadow. Wanna be with you wherever you go. You know I'll follow you.
Now we go to Series 3. We go to the upper bracket. And in the upper bracket, our first of the two series we're going to be featuring in the upper bracket, of course, is the team that are in pole position to make the Birmingham Major, just picked up by Foot Esports, up against Le Bosch, who have done very, very well. And we'll get the chat vote open. So in chat, you can make your prediction on who is going to take that series. Le Bosch, Foot Esports, it's a big one. And on the face of it, you would assume that it's an easy prediction. But Bromeo, is there any room for a surprise result here?
Look, I'm gonna say it straight up. Le Bosch had a good Birmingham 2. They played very well. There were some good results from them, but this is Foot we're talking about, and they've never. I don't think they're in the same category as results. So yes, there is a chance. Like, don't get me wrong, there is a chance, but that chance is minuscule.
And any hope for the Le Bosch from anyone else on the panel? Does anybody see a ray of light for this Le Bosch team?
I mean, they can play with this surefire knowledge that never in the history of the RLCS has SSA or the SSA community voted this hard for their victory. Like they can play with all the fan support behind them, because a Le Bosch victory is the only way in which Limitless could potentially still make the major. So I'm guessing they've got all the support of the locals. Maybe that will elevate them to unseen heights.
I mean, look at this quickly. Yeah. Look at this. The chat prediction is 132,000 points for Foot and 1,400 for Le Bosch. That is 1%.
Wow, that means the Le Bosch predictors are going to make a lot of channel points if it goes that way. But the chat vote itself is 39% for Le Bosch. So I don't know if that's just locals, Rhino, sort of hoping there, or I mean, on paper this should be a blowout for Foot.
On paper, it should be, and you can see that there. But there is a point that I want to raise that is in Le Bosch's favor. They have only lost one series this open. They got through Swiss 3-0. They also went through GSL in the upper bracket, only losing to Cosmico, still taking a game off them. So this is arguably the best team that Le Bosch has put forwards since the start of this season. That is going to give them a lot of confidence, and confidence can do some crazy things on the field. Can it do such crazy things that they get the win here today? That's what we're yet to see, but it is their best opportunity to beat the Foot Esports team that is in front of them. And I mean, just look at who they are going up against. Those statistics are a little scary if you're on the Le Bosch side.
Incredibly intimidating. The goals, yeah. Every player on Foot has over the average of 1 goal per game. I mean, that is staggering.
It's still what was it, Bromeo? 48 goals that Foot is clear out of the next highest scoring team, which is Limitless. So yeah, Le Bosch's defense is going to be tested, and the problem for Le Bosch is every time thus far this split, they've played one of the top 4 teams, they've lost. They've lost 3-0 against Hayworth Riz. They've lost yesterday 3-1 to Cosmico, and that was a Cosmico without Guns playing, but with Happy Meal. So certainly, I think if Le Bosch take 1 here, or even if Le Bosch give a good showing of them, that's going to be, I think, one of their main targets.
Well, let's ask the purely academic question, but clearly Foot are the better team. Le Bosch have the added disadvantage of playing. They're the high ping team. On equal ping, how much closer is it between these two, if at all?
Negligible.
Look. From a statistical point of view, they stand no chance. Like you pointed out, each of those players on the Foot team score over a goal a game. So this is one of those things that, on paper, they don't lose. But right now, they have nothing to lose. They are coming up against a very, very good outfit. They know that everything is stacked up against them. And we have seen Foot stumble very, we saw it in the last Birmingham 2. We saw a unlikely loss. So who knows? This might be seen as one of those games that Foot doesn't mind losing because they do get another chance. But that is Labosh's best opportunity to take this, is catch them by surprise, catch them hard, catch them early.
Well, let me ask a completely different question then. Who's got the better logo, Labosh or Foot?
Oh, that's not it. That's an even colder question than who's going to win the series, right?
All right. Well, currently the chat vote is sitting at Labosh have worked their way up to 40% of the chat vote. I don't know how many of that 40% are actually putting channel points behind it, but let's get to our predictions. Machtfish, your prediction, Labosh, Foot Esports.
Even though Foot is not anymore playing out of the 80k arena, and they have to sort of scramble a setup. Taurus is playing on a laptop, VK and Leora playing on a proper PC, but it's too big of a difference. It's gonna be Foot, and it's gonna be brutal 4-0.
Oh wow! Not even the 4-1, which has worked so well for you. Okay, Reiner, where are we going?
Listen, Labosh obviously have an English and a Scotsman player. Got to represent my great British guys. But I do agree with Max. I think it is a bridge too far for them right now. I am also going with for esports. However, I have it as 4-2. I think Labosh can come out of the gates quick and surprise for esports.
So that's Rhino putting his weight and support behind the team he said he wanted to support. They'll get 2 games. And Bromeo, your prediction?
It's going to be brutal, like Macht says. I do have an allowance for a surprise game from Labosh, so it's 4-1 Foot, but no more than that.
I am now at the very last of my copium. I'm at the bottom of the tank, and whatever is left is going to Labosh. They're going to win here. That's going to push Foot Esports down to the lower bracket for a matchup with Limitless. Limitless are going to take that. Limitless will go on, win the entire regional. It'll be a tiebreaker, and Limitless will go to the major. Labosh need to start. They are the catalyst for the miracle that we will see unfold between us. So let's see if they can make it happen. Labosh on very high ping. Foot Esports playing on improvised setups from SSA. All important. Let's go.
Welcome, Foot Esports, to the RLCS, a prestigious org in search of a prestigious goal, the Birmingham Major. They may already have more than one foot in the door, but to reach the Major, they have to dispose of Labosh. Myself, Rhino, joining me on this game is Pyro J, and it is an all-important SSA tie between 2 EU rosters. Pyro, welcome. How are you?
It's great to be here. Listen, as you said, welcome, Foot Esports. Foot Esports fans will be watching, Labosh fans will be watching, but you've got to think the most intense watchers are the Limitless fans. They mentioned it earlier. Foot Esports clinch major with a win here. It could just take 4 games, as the desk have said, but we've got to get to it and find out.
We do, and Inspire already just trying to unseat Foot, and that's a big bump from VK Salen onto Daze. VK now going to look to try and beat Risen in the air. This one off the backboard again. Double touch through from Foot, and it will be cleared away from Labosh. And you would expect a lot of the game to be played in this particular half of the field, but that's a nice breakaway from Labosh. There'll be a chance here for Inspire, looking for the shot. Torres sends clear.
And we'll see how the field domination looks as we go through this match. Leoro fancy flip reset to get things started on the attack side. But I will say, I think the desk was a little too in favor of Foot Esports. The last time these two teams met, close one off the crossbar from BK. Each game was a 1-point game. In a best of 5, Labosh did get swept, but 2 of those 1-point games were overtime. Labosh actually do a great job of keeping up with Foot Esports. We just got to see if they can do it in playoffs as well.
That's the big question. Does the occasion get to them? Do they get a little bit scared about the moment rather than anything else? Risen, big save in the top corner, and that clearance away is not good enough. Off the top, looking for the dunk down, and just pushed away by Daze. Labosh under the cosh at the moment, but they are surviving, and it's still 0-0 with a minute and a half gone.
Oh, very close there from Labosh, and close has been the story. This might be just better than that. Foot Esports welcome in their debut to RLCS with a goal from Leora.
Yeah, and Inspire thought he had positioning, thought he had the opportunity to get back in time. He just was not able to reach out and grab that opportunity. So Foot Esports do take the lead, and this will not be a scoreline that surprises many people, as Inspire actually makes one miss. Moving on to the left-hand side, cleared away by Leoro. There is Risen there, and Daze will take a shot. DK brings it away and doesn't get past Inspire on that right-hand side. So now it's Foot Esports trying to get out of their own half, and Labosh doing a good job of keeping them in that half. Daze going to come through to challenge. Good fake by VK Salen, and Inspire now will be able to bring this one away. Gets the reset and gets the beat. So he's trying to make this difficult for Foot. He gets left behind, can't get the boost, and now over to the left side again. Labosh just trying to build something into this game, a little bit of momentum. Foot Esports making it hard for them.
Now listen, Labosh are doing a good job with their visibility here. I think there have been creative ideas from Foot Esports to taking over Labosh's backboard and sending those downward passes to these quick counterattacks, but Labosh are responding. They're cutting off these passing plays. They're demoing VK Salen, who is usually the primary demoer when we get to these games, and so they're doing a good job of keeping things a bit level.
They are, and they are doing so with a fair bit of style as well, it has to be said. They're making those plays look relatively easy. Torres now coming across, but another big save from Daze, but you just have to wonder how long it's going to be until Labosh have to start getting out of their half and getting some boost back, because at the moment they don't have enough to deal with this onslaught. There it is, VK top left, and if you just try to turtle back in your net, Foot Esports, they know how to break you down and find the breakthrough.
And you can tell, I mean, the idea was not to turtle up. There was Daze trying to catch up to Leoro in the air, but without that boost that you mentioned. But Esports do a great job of breaking down the resource game until Labosh had nothing left. That
is now 2-0 to the debutants, if you want to call them that. Obviously, it's the same players, but the organization is new as Torres works around the right-hand side to play this one beyond Risen, but it will be collected. And now it's inside. Inspire can't get in front. Daze might be able to, but VK Salen right there to block that one away. And he does get a bump as well. Ball in the corner. The Oro goes by. There's a chance here. Daze needs a double. Daze finds a double, but it will be away by Foot Esports. That's their best chance of the game so far.
You can tell they're just one level away from getting that first goal. Daze, the right idea with the flip reset double tap. It's just that strike needed a bit more finesse. I like this pass, though, to Inspire off the backboard. The third's in for Daze. VK Salen, 0 boost and a save. Foot Esports find a way out.
This is really what Labosh can do to you, though. They are battering down the goal line, and they do finally get their reward. Risen, the Englishman, strikes for Labosh, and although they are still 2-1 down, it just gives Foot Esports a little bit of a reminder that the team they're playing against is not so easily going to be dismissed off.
No, not whatsoever. In fact, they may just be knocking on the door for a surprise in Game 1. Torres with a chance to put that all away. And Leoro, again, trying to dominate that Labosh backboard. Make sure they never feel comfortable. VK Salen diving in for maybe the challenge on the goal line. The Bosch, they've done a great job of pulling the goalie for that first goal, but they're going to have to get it to the orange end to do it again. There's going to be no chance of it. Torres for the third.
Just looking at this, you knew there was problems. Risen gets bumped. Daze has come... Where is he jumping? Where is he going? He's flipped forwards, not really sure where. And for esports, that is going to be one of the easier goals that they will score in this event, that's for sure. VK going to look for one that maybe has a bit more style to it, but Inspire pushes it over to the side. Will be Labosh to try and fight back, maybe get one more goal for the road, just to make the scoreline look a little bit better on their side. But once again, foot paid to that. Hang on a moment. Off the top, there's a chance at the back post. Inspire bringing it through, and it will be a second goal on the board for Labosh. Only one goal in it in game number 1.
There was one defender to this final shot, and you know who that was? Risen. And he decided, I'm not going to save that ball. I think I'll let that go in. Maybe a chance here with 3 seconds.
And it has to be now, and they do go for the fake kickoff. Daze up to the left. Risen's going to drop this down. There is a brief chance, but Leoro rises highest, and it does not hit the corner. That is a matter of pixels away from going up that side wall and making this game a little bit more interesting. But no, Foot's able to see it over the line. Maybe a little bit closer than a lot of people were thinking, though, Pyro. Only one game in it. Only one goal in it, my apologies.
Okay, see, this is where I completely disagree. I don't know what the desk was talking about. The last time these two teams met, it was 3 games won by Foot Esports, but each game was a 1-point game. 2 of them went to overtime. Labosh do a great job of capitalizing on these small offensive moments. We saw some late game heroics, even Daze. If he scored on that flip reset double tap, we could have seen an overtime here. But if we talk about the long game, Foot Esports are winning it. You know, they do a great job of taking away the resources of Labosh, capitalizing on their mistakes, and have definitely won the game in that way.
And that's something that's so important to talk about is when you look at Rocket League on the face of it, you kind of like, resources? What resources are you talking about? We are talking about field positioning and boost. Those are the 2 resources that Foot Esports cut so perfectly against everybody that they play against. And you'll see it on a lot of times in those replays when Foot Esports do score. Look at the boost bars on the other side. They are so limited, so low. And that is credit to the way that they dominate the field. Will they be given the same luxury in game number 2? We'll find out as we kick things off.
Could still be a long series ahead of us. Foot Esports reminded in that last minute or so that Labosh, when they get these, you know, lightning in a bottle moments on attack, they can capitalize. They can score. They can keep the sweat on the brow. Foot Esports, and they might do it to open up the game as well. Nice air dribble with the 50-50 from Risen, but now they're back on their own side.
Yeah, we don't see Foot Esports go behind very often, so if there is a chance for Labosh to get a win here, to get a game in their favor, they probably will have to score first, put Foot Esports in that position, and then try and capitalize on those overextensions that we do sometimes see. And that's a lovely angle! The Englishman is online. Risen opens the account.
We don't see Foot Esports trailing often, as you mentioned, but it does happen. And Labosh, they've been heating up in this game. Now they're on fire.
Here we go then. As I was just building up to, this is potentially where Labosh can start to flex their muscles a little bit. It will be Leoro to try and get the immediate response. Torres collects in the midfield. Must be challenged, must be now. And Daze does send it away. Nice clearance there by Inspire. VK pushes it over to the side and immediately batted right back to Labosh's territory. But a game of tennis is not going to concern them one bit, as they just want to play this one back and forth. But possession now for Labosh.
And you're not going to see Foot Esports take too many risks here. Like I mentioned earlier, they're great at the long game with the resource disparity, and as well as the midfield, which at the moment is being taken over by Daze. Forces a weak save from Torres. This kick off the corner could be won over by Labosh. That's on target. Crossbar down. 2-goal lead for Labosh.
Well. Inspire causing so many problems in the backlines. Had so much boost to work with. Got a double commit out of Foot Esports, and he knew he just had to beat that final defender to get that over the line. And indeed he does. And all of a sudden, SSA starts sitting up in their chair and getting a little bit more interested in this result. So, Labosh 2-0 and looking good as well for it.
Yeah, that defense needs to be a better stronghold for Foot Esports. I think that the efficiency from Labosh is showing through, and they've got to start to get that towards the other end. Right now, VK Salen does see Torres off the backboard. They'll collide with one another, so there's not going to be a second chance. Leoro's the last on defense here, so he's going to try to slow down the play, and it's carried out to the other corner to Torres.
This is where we're talking about right now, that Foot Esports overextension. They won't take too many risks, but as the clock ticks down, those risks will start to get a little bit more of a percentage play. They'll start to try and push a few more men forwards. And if Labosh can hold on, there's a chance of that counter coming through. So Leoro does have this one up off the backboard. Well met by Daze. He'll need a second one. And this is going to be defended away by Risen. Not far enough. Torres off the sidewall. Double commit from Labosh. But there it is. The triple commit from Foot Esports. And now it's Labosh moving down the other end of the field. Inspire looking for the pass to the back post. But VK Salen prevents that from getting any worse. And that pass forwards is nice. Risen is there to make the save.
Good from Risen indeed. And you're still seeing these shaky moments from Foot Esports where the ball's trailing to their side and no one's really guarding the goal. They've struggled on transition and they may do it again. Leoro with no boost barely can double jump to save that ball away. Still this 2-0 lead. And it gets closer to being made 3-0. Daze is up for this one. Kicks it off the ceiling. Inspire was there, but now it's Risen to catch and release a long clear. It may be about that long ball play now here, Rhino, as we're getting towards the end of this game.
Take some time off the clock. That's what it is. Oh, no. That is a mistake on the backlines from Labosh. Look at this clearance out of the corner. It was Inspire. And you just have got to hit that ball harder. You cannot have it just fade away into the middle of the goal. That has given Foot Esports a foothold in this game with 1 minute 25 left on the clock, and that is the worst thing Labosh could have done.
I mean, we talked about it earlier. Foot Esports are going to be the team to capitalize off mistakes, and that one touch certainly led to it. As we continue here, though, Inspire tries to get things going for Labosh once again. This one from Torres here is taken away by Risen Leoro. Back towards the midfield line. Labosh want to set up camp again if they can. Shot taken away here. Labosh are able to hold that possession despite losing a member on the field.
Yeah, and there's a chance here for Inspire. There was only one back, and it was Torres. As now defense turns into offense for Foot, but it's a nice clearance by Risen, only as far as VK Salem, but he doesn't have enough boost to follow that through. So Daze now looking for the pass down to Risen. Gets bumped on the play. The Oro will collect, and he won't get bumped by Inspire. Risen challenging in the air, putting him off his play. Inspire now taking this one through. VK has got a demo onto Risen. That's a nice 50 played. Daze is just not going to get there in front of the man. So 20 seconds remaining. Foot Esports still behind 2-1. And Labosh keeping possession well until VK Salen tells them that they can't anymore.
He's doing his best to turn this thing around, but they're running out of time here. Torres, no boost, just has to read the play. Makes for a good infield pass, but Inspire has found it past two. Has the field wide open to him, but he plays it to the corner. That's going to leave the ball alive for one last effort of Foot. Midfield pass to Leoro, almost redirected to the net. The save comes through, and game 2 is over. Labosh tie the series.
Well then. This is not something that anyone expected. Certainly not Marked Fish. Sorry to break your bracket, buddy. But Labosh, they've got a game on the board. And we will see if they can get any more. But we've been talking about this since game number 1, Pyro. Labosh and Foot Esports, they are not that far apart as far as quality goes. Certainly as far as their maximum ceiling goes. And Labosh proved that in game number 2.
I certainly did. I think another point that we actually haven't discussed is the ping. Foot Esports are averaging 8 ping. I mean, they are nearly in the server, right, Rhino? Whereas you have Labosh averaging around 160 ping. You gotta wonder how that impacts the game here.
It's something that we've talked about a lot, right? We've talked about the potential of Foot Esports versus Hay with Riz on the same ping and what that would look like. We kind of talked about it on the desk about the equal ping, and the desk weren't convinced that Labosh would give FUT Esports more of a challenge than they already do. In fact, I believe the word that I remember hearing was negligible. However, off the proof of this game number 2, there is a real chance that Labosh have FUT Esports number, and if FUT Esports are not fully locked in for the rest of this series, they could be in for a big fright.
Could indeed be. Is it just one game and we repeat the 4-1 win we saw earlier? Or do FUT Esports have a match on their hands with Labosh? Tough kickoff to start things off. Labosh certainly had the advantage off of getting that opening goal as well. That's something to remember as Risen almost scores the opening goal once again. This time, though, it's too far to the near side.
Yeah, not quite going to go through, and Torres is up quickest. That clearance away, though, could be everything. Risen going to drop this down. Looks like it was destined for the net as well. Great save by Lioro. As now VK Salen moving down the left-hand side, faking one out off the backboard. Well won by Daze, who will be able to get that clearance. Sees Torres ahead of him. So we'll leave this one for Risen. It's going to have to be a 3-man play. It's going to be Inspire off the top rope, looking for the double off the post. Labosh, that was so close to a beautiful 3-man play.
When Risen is close to the drop down off the backboard, Inspire nearly has the ceiling flip to score. Labosh are so close to opening up the scoreline once again, and FUT Esports have to start doing something different to deny these golden opportunities.
We do, and that's a nice ball in from Aspire, cleared away by Torres. There should be another man there for Labosh, and it's going to be Daze up to bat. Torres back down again, and tried to bump Risen, but Risen still got a touch of the ball. Lioro coming through, gets the reset, goes low, takes the shots, and that is the solo brilliance that FUT Esports sometimes have. Takes it through, gets the reset, doesn't quite get that use of it, so is able to drop down and fire into the top left corner. FUT Esports with a beauty for goal 1.
Faith in FUT Esports has to be behind Lioro in this match. It has to have close to 100% goal participation here, and has soloed many of FUT Esports opportunities just in terms of generating them. But yes, fantastic solo play out of him to get FUT ahead.
It's a bit of an interesting play from Risen. It doesn't end up causing them too many problems, but they are taking a few risks here, Labosh, and we'll see if it pays off as Inspire takes this one through. Daze has taken out VK Salen. Oh, that pass from Daze just gonna be beyond Risen. He tries to keep the play alive, but with no boost, he still gets there ahead of Torres, but he just doesn't have the backing from his teammates. No boost, no help, and so Labosh still chased the lead.
And Daze was chasing another touch on that ball. I think the first one was a bit heavy-handed. Lioro able to take it away. The battle for the midfield ensues. This ball clears across the width of the field. Daze can do a little better about handling the ball closer. Doesn't get to 50, but still going the way that he was hoping. Lioro, VK Salen, both on this ball, neither with a touch. Has Torres as that third, who has to peel up the wall to get this touch. Dunk on the 50-50, almost reaches the net. And we've certainly seen a different tempo of the game now. I think Labosh did a great job on the field domination in game 2, but FUT Esports starting to turn that around.
That's a really nice bump, actually, but they still make it work. VK Salen out of the corner, no. Daze will get there first. Can't get past Torres, and Lioro's not been bumped either. That pass down. Oof. Risen maybe was about to get baked out there, but he manages to make the play anyway. VK Salen, though, goes over the top, doubles the lead for FUT Esports. No one home to meet this one, and that is 2-0.
It felt like goal 2 for FUT Esports was inevitable. The way that Labosh had been stretching as far as they could for these saves, these clears, and then barely making their way back with that amount of boost. VK Salen noticed the space and the time that he had to beat the last of the defense for that second goal.
Yeah, absolutely. So Labosh in a bit of a hole right now. Going to try and find a way out of it as this ball finds its way into the middle, but the pass is through from FUT Esports. It's a little bit of what we saw from Limitless earlier, where they just know where each other are at all times. That communication locked in for the Spaniards. And this is going to be a chance for Lioro, but he doesn't have any boost to work with. So Daze will try and bring this one away. Ball into the middle, cleared away by Risen. Now VK Salen just trying to shepherd this one back. Torres takes it through. Inspire has gone beyond the play, and it will be pushed back. So the battle for midfield is one that we've been tracking all series long, and at the moment, Pyro, it's being won by Foot.
And especially by Leoro, he just always finds the path around the defense. He treats them as hurdles, just going past one obstacle from the other. This one's of days trying to set things up. I mean, Labosh, they've got to get something. We saw some late game heroics in game one. They found those shots that were necessary to bring the game close. You do it again here and strip the ball off of Leoro. This one could favor Risen, but no, it's VK Salen to beat them to it.
Yeah, and you see VK Salen just being there already said that Labosh was going to leave that one behind. A little scare for my co-caster there, as that one looked like it could have found its home, but in the end, Labosh did have a man across. Now it's Daze looking for a shot. Inspire going to be shepherding this one across to the other side. Now off the ceiling, looking to follow through. Daze into the corner. There is a chance here, but VK Salen makes a huge save, and now the pass back from Inspire. Risen playing it long, looking to get on the end of it, looking to make this a one-goal game, and Leoro squishy save, clearing it away only as far as Inspire, but that second touch is ridiculous. He might not have known much about it, but either way, puts himself in a position to make that stop. And that should be all she wrote for game number 3. Daze maybe looking for one for the road. Leoro puts a stop to it, should clear this one away. Ball should drop. Daze keeps it alive, this ball remaining in the air, and until finally it falls on the side of Labosh. And Foot Esports, they take a 2-1 lead in the series.
The OG Rocket League fans will be happy about the Rule 1 or the first rule of Rocket League. Keep the ball up, why not? As Foot Esports see their second win in this series. A couple things happening here in this game. Number one is Leoro, MVP of that game, certainly seems to be finding his form. Nearly a flow state, especially as you saw that squishy save into the second touch at the midfield. He is carving through the defense on every play. But the other thing I wanted to mention here, Rhino, is Foot Esports, they're a team that is so consistent and doesn't make a lot of mistakes. I think mistakes are the big thing to talk about because we've seen those little touches from Labosh that Foot will capitalize on, but Foot give very little of the same opportunity to Labosh.
Yeah, and that's what separates these two teams right now, is those individual mistakes. You know, it's Foot Esports. Consistency is the key word that I think about when I think about Foot Esports, about this roster. They make so few mistakes, it's silly. So when they do, you have to be able to capitalize on it. I seem to remember Labosh hitting either the post or just right of the goal at one point when there wasn't that defense coming through from Foot Esports. You have to be converting opportunities like that. You have to be making them pay for the mistakes that they make. Otherwise, they are sure going to do that to you around the other side.
So a very quiet game 3 from Labosh puts them in the back seat once more. They'll hope that they're, I guess, on the seesaw, though, and can tip things on the scales back in their favor here for game number 4.
So if they can, this is a big clearance by Torres, and it's collected by VK, but Spire puts it onto the sidewall exactly where Leoro was. Now it's going to be Risen up the left, looking for Daze just beyond him. Didn't have any boost to work with, so kind of just had to hope that his jump was in the right position. Now it's Inspire to the far side. Leoro looking for a double, not finding it. The drop down. The demo from Inspire onto Torres is nice, but VK has time to bring this one around. Doesn't get the pinch, so now Labosh can try and capitalize on this position.
I still like the strategy from Labosh, right? It's all about the timing of those demolitions. Leoro did miss the sidewall, and if there was a capitalization again on that mistake, there's a chance for the goal off that demo. But I don't think Labosh have been as decisive on punishing those moments. So instead, we'll keep things scoreless. Daze has a little bit of space here. Does beat one. Torres with full boost shouldn't have a problem with it, but Inspire still targeting the goal. VK Salen climbs high with it. Leoro to assist him and drop it straight down. The connection between Leoro and VK is always nearly perfect as they work together to keep the ball away from Labosh.
Yeah, that teamwork coming through from Foot Esports is impressive, and not really from Labosh. There needed to be a second man there to finish that one. And there just simply was nobody home. Daze with a big clearance back to the other end as Lioro strikes it right back where it came from. Risen back onto the halfway line, away by VK. Inspire taking this one. And now Torres with a big clearance. Daze and I think it was Risen both going for that one, but Daze is called off. Ball now onto the right-hand side. There's a demo on the back lines, but it is for the Bosch rather than Foot. So this one now has a chance. Lioro to drop this one in. The demo through. The Bosch under a lot of pressure once again, as Foot Esports might have one final strike of this one, but it's cleared away by Daze.
You can see what Foot Esports are going for there, though, right? BK sailing first to demolition, then hanging on their backboard to try and get the cheeky touchdown. But Labosh have done a better job than other teams in guarding their backboard and making sure they don't get those touches for free. That's why we still see this game as scoreless. However, Foot Esports are really starting to take over these overwhelmingly long possessions with only some small but insignificant breaks from Labosh. Maybe they can target the net here, though. Inspire gets the dunk and forces Lioro and BK Salin to the save. Daze wins that 50-50, and Lioro really the only one with boost here. Not able to beat the ball. Risen over to Daze. That shot denied by VK.
And the defensive rotations from Foot Esports are so perfect. They're able to make sure that ball does not cross the goal line, but there's not been a goal in this one yet. 1 minute 45 left on the clock. And it has always been the case that whoever has scored first in a game of this series has gone on to win that game. So Foot Esports now looking to take the advantage. And it's Lioro into the bottom left-hand corner. All three Labosh members around the goal line. Not a single one of them was ready for that strike. Foot take the lead 1-0.
I don't know if they suspected the pass over there from Torres, but once again, who's behind the shot from Foot Esports? It is Lioro. He has been the player of significance this series. The finishing factor for the team to get these goals. Now it's once again on Labosh to equalize. Close chance off the backboard.
Yeah, really close. I think that was Daze who just wasn't able to catch up with his own touch. Now this is important for Risen to get there first, and he does. The 60 seconds starts ticking down. Ball on the right-hand side. BK Salem playing it over the top of Labosh. They've taken too many risks. They put too many people forwards. And Foot Esports capitalize as they do so frequently. 2-0.
Said it from the beginning, Foot Esports, they're going to play the long game, and they're going to force those errors from their opponents. Labosh just couldn't take it the distance, had to go for those lunges, and ultimately couldn't win it over. Now off the kickoff, Lioro may have a chance here. Leaves it for BK Salin to strike.
That's one of those where you're in the VC and you're just yelling, mine! Mine! Leave it! It's mine! Top left-hand corner, although whatever that equivalent is in Spanish, I would imagine. As 55 seconds left on the clock. For Esports, they are 3 to the good. It was looking very, very close in this game until that minute and a half mark. And since then, for Esports, well, they have just been able to get all of the goals on the side of them. And yeah, they've looked really good doing it, to be fair to them. The goals they've scored have been of very high quality, and you'd expect nothing less from this roster.
And I think it comes down to the decision-making of Foot Esports as well, right? I mentioned earlier how in these two teams' last showing, they were all one-goal games. 2 of them were OTs, but it's the situational awareness from Foot Esports. When do we have to take risks? What are the right risks to take? And how can we take this game to its dying seconds to ultimately punish our opponents? And yeah, done a great job of that. They definitely found some distance in this game, though. 3-0 on another shutout win to tack on the tally for Foot Esports on their match point.
And that will take them to 3-1. It looked... This is bearing a very, very strange resemblance to the earlier series, I think, Pyro, where we saw Limitless go against Astronic. It was very even. Limitless won game 1 pretty handily. Then Astronic came back in game 2. And then from then, it was all Limitless. It seems to be a very similar course of action here for Foot Esports in this series. Labosh have not got going since that game 2.
wonder for Labosh, do you call the timeout just to maybe ice Foot Esports here, right? I mean, it's got to be at least in the back of their mind, like, okay, we are one win away from clinching Birmingham. Or what do you think, Rhino? Does Labosh try to at least get a win under their belt first before calling a timeout? I feel like you have to now if you ever are.
Yeah, it's really tough. I don't know. I think the way that I think for esports are going to see it is I don't even think they were thinking about major qualification before today. That sounds really silly to say, but when you are at the point that they are at, you almost can't have the mentality that you've not locked it in. For their mentality, I bet that they thought coming into this weekend, they've already got major. They've already clinched Birmingham. They don't really... They're just playing for pride at this point. They're just playing to get some extra points. So there it is. The timeout from Labosh. I think it is necessary. I think it is important. But Pyro, yeah, I don't know if they're kind of playing with pressure off at the moment for esports.
I mean, fair enough. They did the job that they needed to do leading up to this, right? In their most recent matches against Limitless, they have won. And notably, it was the GSL stage best of 5 yesterday that they defeated Limitless in game 4 to put them in the lower bracket and keep Foot Esports in this nice position here in the upper bracket. So I think they're definitely feeling good in regards to that. So you've got a point there, Rhino. Yeah, the pressure may be off. So not only are they on match point, they have 3 games now that they can use to get this next win. For Labosh, though, their one win in this series, it did start with that opening goal. So you've got to think, as Foot Esports like to play that long game, maybe the start of this game is its most important time.
Seems to be the case. We'll get things underway then. Game number 5 between Labosh and Foot Esports. And it will now be Inspire to take possession early on, off the ceiling, taking it through, off the backboard, but VK intercepts. Now there's a chance for Daze. Backboard, Torres has missed his jump! And so Daze gets the first goal inside 11 seconds.
And again, we have to talk, what are the winning conditions for Labosh? It's got to be that opening goal once again. Daze, the double tap magic to start the game.
Well, the script is set. Should we just close this one down and go game 6? Should we just ignore the rest of this game?
I think maybe not.
Score the first goal, win the game. That seems to be how it goes, right? No, absolutely not. For esports, they're not going to be deterred. But that proves something. That proves that the timeout has done some work for Labosh. They're able to get that first goal. Looking for that dunk there is Inspire. Not able to find it off the sidewall into the corner. Chance at the middle, but Oro is able to send it away, and Torres brings it through. VK Salen has gone ahead. He's so nearly got there first. Inspire picks it off him.
I'm finding that Inspire is often the front man for this Labosh attack. Meanwhile, Leoro setting up a double tap of his own. Says, Daze, I can do you one better.
Yeah, anything you can do, I can do better. Said by Foot Esports off the backboard, dunking it down. Beautiful from the Spaniard. And for esports, right back into the game, as we figured that they probably would be sooner rather than later. Less than a minute played. 1-1 has risen. Now has possession. Ball over to the right-hand side. Gets it beyond Leoro. Daze off the backboard. VK Salen right there to push it away.
Talking about it earlier, Inspire likes to be that front man. Really going for those extra 50-50s or dunks that can give Labosh just a little bit of an advantage for that follow-up attack. This one nearly perfect. Meteor strikes left and right in this game 5.
Both teams locked in, which makes for a fascinating game number 5. The dunk down from Risen is beautiful. And suddenly the passing plays coming through from Labosh look a little bit more crisp. They look a little bit more locked in. That timeout really starting to prove that's very, very useful for them, as now this is Inspire bringing it around the left-hand side. Leoro trying to cut off that halfway, but Daze is right there on the scene to take it away from VK Salen. He might not have a lot of boost. He can't take it any further, so Risen now has to try and get this second touch. Double commit coming through from Labosh. Could open the door for Foot Esports, but Daze flashes across the goal line to make the save.
I love that, though, from Foot Esports. They are not afraid to go for those redirects, the gun, for those surprise attacks. And do whatever they can to take Labosh off guard. They're stealing boosts, they're demoing, they're bumping. Is there anyone left in net? Barely. It's Inspire with a fleeting attempt to save. Foot Esports just about at it.
That might be a mistake there from Foot Esports. They've opened the door. This one coming down off the top, but it's not powerful enough. Torres sends it away, and actually Inspire's missed it. But that fake might have worked in favor of Labosh, as this one now comes around the side. But VK Salent sends it away. Inspire is there first, but it's more hitting up than out. Pass down, Torres shoots. What a save! Day's able to get across his goal line. Lioro drops it down. VK Salent sends it over the bar. Labosh, they are really struggling to get this ball away, and finally they do with Inspire.
It's been perfect reads that are necessary, avoiding double commits or triple commits, and it all might be for naught. The last shot from Lioro will be all that's needed.
That man, again, he cannot stop scoring in this series. Lioro across the goal line finishes his dinner, and that is the equalizer for Esports. 2-2 going into the final 2 minutes. Every time Labosh have scored, for Esports have been right back at them. You would imagine now it's VK Salem going to look for the closer. Inspire tells him to go away, go back to your halfway line, as Lioro now getting back through. Torres dunking this one down, Risen clearing away. And does this set the tone for the remainder of this game? Maybe, maybe.
It may. I don't know. Foot Esports to me have the advantage. Labosh looked to me like a fighter in the ring that's bruised and bleeding with these demos and these boost steals. It is making it so difficult for them to gain any ground in this game. But one counterattack, one chance could change all that. Inspire keeps things at least alive in hopes with that save.
Wow. Yeah, that one was very, very close to being what was likely to be the goal to send Labosh to Birmingham. Sorry, but Esports to Birmingham. Yeah, imagine. Well, Risen's probably already there, actually. He's playing in England.
There you go.
This one now across the left-hand side. Days working through, trying to prevent that dream for Esports. And actually, that challenge on the sidewall is huge from Inspire. And Labosh, they do it again. They went 1-0 up. They were pushed back. They went 2-1 up. They were pushed back. They're 3-2 up. Can they hold on?
And again, the situational awareness from Labosh, knowing when to strike, knowing when to capitalize. Foot Esports were struggling in the boost department, and that was just right place, right time for Labosh to score. Inspire with a nice one on target, but still a minute remaining. And Foot Esports, if they showed anything this game, it's that they know how to equalize.
Certainly do. They're not going to be deterred by being a goal down. That is for sure. VK Salem to end it here. Pass back. No one's there. Inspire over the top. And maybe, just maybe, 2 goals is going to be too big a deficit. And Labosh 4-2 up with 34 seconds on the clock. It is not out of the question, but they have definitely really put a foot towards a game number 6.
And now you got to think about the kickoff. You got to be mindful of what Foot Esports want to try here. It's a heavy cheat from Torres. He was hoping for it to come left there. VK Salem, flip reset, dribble play, goes for the bump, and barely stays on 4 wheels as he barrels into the defender. Shot there, gets knocked in from Torres. Foot Esports with a chance.
This is an absolute snipe right here from Torres. Top right corner, couldn't have placed it better if he tried. Upper 90, top bins, whatever you want to call it. It's for Esports not going away in this game number 5.
Oh, not whatsoever. We now have a better perspective than the fish there as they stay tuned to see if Labosh can hold on. Risen up from the corner. Torres does clear away. Foot Esports with one chance to pull this to overtime. Torres leaves it for VK Salem to generate an attack, generate a chance. Torres with the touch, the lob, the loft towards the net. It's just not enough. It stays away. Labosh get their second game this series.
I thought they'd done it. I thought that ball was going to nestle into the back of the net, but no. Labosh stands strong, and they are able to see game number 5 out. Inspire with the MVP, 2 goals from 3 shots, a couple of saves to boot. What a game from him. And for Esports, they never went away. They were right there the whole time. But in the end, Pyro, it was not enough, and they're going to have to wait a little bit longer to get that bus ready for their Birmingham Major qualification tour.
Yeah, wait just a little bit longer here. And I mean, from Foot Esports, I've been really surprised about one tactic of theirs. They're always big on the disruption, the boost steals and the demos. But normally it's VK Salen. Torres had 5 of the 5 demos in that game, and I think has been the demo leader in most games here. So wondering if that strategy will prevail. Also, the fact that they're not afraid to take risks to disrupt. That last boost steal from Leoro led to the counterattack of Labosh scoring the 4th goal. So these small decisions made to just get a little bit of an edge on their other team are turning out to actually burn Foot Esports on the other end. So we'll see if Labosh can still capitalize in those moments as we head to Neo Tokyo.
Here we go. The place where Game 7s can be given or taken away. Foot Esports will want to get this one done in 6. Labosh, well, they are currently chasing what could be their best finish of an Open so far if they are to win this game. So a lot on the line here. And Labosh, after that timeout, have proven that they are right there with Foot Esports. So there is a little bit of a chance. But for Esports, they are going to look to try and capitalize as soon as possible. That goal scoring first and winning the game rule, by the way, it lives on all the way through 5 games. So that's quite impressive.
It does something about the tone setter, gets these teams and these players excited to take it the whole distance. That is an uncharacteristic miss there from Foot Esports. It's going to keep Labosh ahead, especially with that demolition. Nice pass out of Inspire. Day is going to go up for this, but staying elevated on their defense is Foot Esports, keeping some pressure from their own backboard to not give an easy chance there from Labosh. Risen takes that one away. VK with time, with space, but a defender in Inspire he can't beat.
This one now is going to be sent into the middle. It will be won by VK Salen, but it's Inspire now taking it past the Oro, getting the reset, getting over VK as well. Torres, the 3rd man back, will make sure to send this one long, and Labosh can try and build again. They've got possession. Pass up in the air, but once again, it's met first by Foot Esports, and they're just a little bit quicker up into the air right now than Labosh are, Pyro.
Sometimes that's all it takes to win the midfield battle. Be swifter in your aerials. See what you can do to be the first to the ball, but those giveaways will harm you. Leoro gave a chance to Risen there. Has a chance to keep this forward as well. Leoro now with a high touch to VK will meet. Just take across the pitch. That one a bit too high, though, for Leoro to send down as a shot. This Days will be the one to meet this. VK Salen does a great job of avoiding the demolition and getting the clear. If he's bumped or demoed there, that could be Labosh to start the lead.
Yeah, but again, as you say, just does so well to avoid it, and that's a low 50 by Torres. Really nicely played. Leoro will collect. He's been the danger man for Esports so far today. Don't get anything to go there. Inspire pops this one up. Days is not there before Torres. Now it's VK Salen into the middle. Leoro following through. VK just so close to getting the final touch, but Inspire is there instead. Now Days back up the other end off the top. But Leoro is there to clean things up, and he didn't really have any help anyway. So Labosh remain level with Foot Esports as we tick down beyond halfway in this game number 6.
One game from Birmingham with 0 goals scored in this game. Maybe 1 goal. It could just take that as Torres has to get things started. Nice infield passing there. Inspire passes to an otherwise demoed teammate who couldn't get the follow-up on that opportunity. Days takes high, forces VK Salen to make that long clear. Inspire expected it. It's that first touch, but half a tank is not enough to climb to a second. Midfield battle wages on as we near the 100-second mark, and everyone's kind of on the edge of their seat to see who scores that first goal. Inspire, though, with the flip reset gives him a great chance. I thought Days was in position to shoot next, but instead it's taken away.
It's been a game without really big opportunities, really big chances for either side, and unfortunately, that has led to a stalemate right the way down to 1 minute and 20 seconds. The Bosch are going to look to build again. Not full boost in the tank for all of them. But 2 members at least. Now Lioro trying to get this one away. Days intercepting. Won't get down to play the 50. This one now back up in the middle, and Foot Esports maybe getting a little bit jittery as the ball cleared away. Torres is taken out, and Days might have another chance here, looking to snipe that bottom right corner. Can't find it, but Labosh seems to be in the ascendancy going into this final minute.
It certainly seemed to be, and it's off the foot of Inspire, who is their lead man once again, leaning in for those bumps and demos. This could be precarious for Labosh, though. Almost threading the needle as Foot Esports on that pass forward. This one gets past Days, and Risen given time to take boost and ball. Right away, VK sailing up and over Inspire. Risen takes to the side wall. That's read by Torres. 50 out. Inspire puts it to a safer spot, or at least so he thinks, towards the ceiling. And now Labosh a bit on the ropes here as time ticks away.
Yeah, and it will be VK to intercept. Days misses the bump, sorry. So Inspire tries to bring it through. 10 seconds. Not a single goal scored in this game, number 6, which could lead to a little bit of OT unless there is something to be said here for Labosh. They might just let this one drop, though. No, they're not able to do that. It's off the bottom. VK tries to keep it alive. And now Labosh, maybe they think that there's a chance here, but they will let it drop. OT is in for Esports score. They are guaranteed going to Birmingham. Labosh score. We have a game 7 on our hands. Pyro, let's go.
Let's get right to it, says Days with the demolition. Trying to clear a lane, create an avenue to this first and only goal of game number 6. But Lioro's just eating up every 50-50. Every challenge goes his way. And now Labosh, without boost on the goal line. It's Torres with the goal, the win. Top 4 secured for Foot Esports, and most importantly, the Birmingham Major.
It's another mistake in the backlines for Labosh, and they just could not get a clean game at any point in overtime. The one time you do not want that to happen for your team. It's a team bump on that corner, and Torres has only been able to take that through because of that miscommunication. Unfortunate for Labosh. They have still got top 6. They will still drop down, and they will be playing against Limitless in the first game of tomorrow. For Esports, on the other hand, Birmingham secured, and top 4 in Open 3 also secured for them. Congratulations to the Foot Esports roster.
Oh, that is a devastating game for Labosh, Rhino. I mean, they had control for a majority of that game, chance after chance, but Greybeard, in the end, all it took was a swift OT to get Foot back on top.
But it wasn't the walkover that the desk was quite happy to predict. That was really entertaining and a fantastic performance from Labosh. But they do go down in the end, and that does mean that Foot Esports have secured the major, much to the delight of people who aren't here, which is fantastic, and congratulations to them. They have played and fought very well. But yeah, Bromeo, what did you see there? I mean, it really, we could so easily have been in a game 7 right now.
No, it could have been all the way. And after it looked like Foot was starting to hit their straps, they were controlling boost. They really stomped on the back left boost of Labosh, and that's a very strong indicator of whether Labosh were going to win that game or not, because if they were control of their own backfield, then they stood a good chance to win the game. So Foot definitely underperformed, in my opinion. I think they were just hitting their stride towards the end. I'm not taking anything away from Labosh. They played incredibly well. But when Foot were playing, they were playing. And I don't think Foot were truly pushed this game, although the scoreline might have appeared that way.
Yeah, I do think there was probably an issue, and we're going to talk to, I believe we're going to be talking to Torres, and we'll ask him, but a little bit of instability in their setup, not playing from the ATK arena where they've played all their games, so a little bit of a makeshift setup for them, and it did kind of feel that way, Pyro, and the point that Bromeo is making, it kind of definitely, if there is any excuse to be made for an underperformance, that would make sense.
Maybe. I mean, there was a situation where it's like, for me, sometimes for this team of Foot Esports, it just takes one player to outplay everybody. And it wasn't late in the series, but it was a majority of the series that Leoro was on top of every single play. And we even saw towards the end of game 6 where Leoro was winning 50-50 after 50-50. He was just controlling the game single-handedly. And oftentimes that's what Leoro does. So credit due to that player who was definitely on it today.
And then before we move forward, the driver of the day is open. Every regional, every open tournament, we have a driver of the day. Go and vote for the player that has the biggest impact, the most going on, who is influencing the course of their series. acgl.gg/vote. Go and vote for your driver of the day. That is now open. So Rhino, do you think Foot, they've secured the major? I mean, what's left for them now is obviously the prize money at the end, but they have zero pressure on them now for the rest of this Open.
They may put on some pressure for themselves. They may want to declare themselves the owners of SSA to a degree, where they want that three-peat. They want to make sure that they sign off with a huge Open victory here in Open 3. That is the only real pressure that they have right now, though. They have clinched major. They will be representing the SSA region at Birmingham. And so, yeah, I think the main goal is secured, though. Although what I would say is I reckon they probably felt that way when they beat Limitless yesterday, that was kind of job done. But now it is mathematically happened. Yeah, they can play with a little bit less less concern. Let's put it that way.
And then a little squiz ahead to tomorrow. Limitless will be playing La Boche. They are given that performance against Foot Esports. They are certainly, that is not going to be as easy a match tomorrow for Limitless as they had today against Astronic, Bromeo.
Look, I said what I said about this current game, but La Boche have definitely improved region on region. So Birmingham 1, 2, and now they are playing better and better every time, and I've really been impressed by their playstyle. So I hope they keep on improving, but tomorrow is the test, and they should not be overlooked.
I tell you what, Pyro, why don't you and I go and have a little chat with Torres from Foot Esports.
Hello.
Oh my! Whoa! We got a cam. We got a camera.
We got a cam now.
Okay, stop the press. I was not ready for this. That's amazing. Well, Torres, first up, congratulations not on your win, but on having a cam. We're very excited that you've got a camera. So tell me about the setup. Not at the ATK arena. Where are you, and how are you getting this job done?
I cannot say much where we are, but yeah, we are in a house, as you can see. We got some setups here, and yeah, we have been playing here since yesterday, and that's the plan. We keep playing tomorrow here. Yeah.
And it's working well. Are you comfortable with the setup?
I'm pretty comfortable. Yeah.
Okay,
you
good.
Can see, got the sofa. I play here, you know.
Oh wow. Okay.
So, yeah.
Well, maximum comfort, Torres, and maximum discomfort for your opponents. I noticed primarily you were on the demo game in this series against La Boche. Was that maybe a strategy you were coming in with, or did that just happen as it did?
No, I mean, it happened. You know, like we were seeing how they played. I just decided to start trying to demo them a bit more to create, you know, some space for my team. But yeah, it just happened.
It certainly worked out. Yeah. Go ahead, Gergen. Yeah.
The major is now secured. So do you guys chill for the rest of this? Is there pressure to win the whole thing, or are you quite happy whatever happens from here?
I mean, we are happy now, but obviously we are going to try and win the whole regional, as we have done 2 times now. But yeah, no pressure at all. Yeah, nothing more to say.
I do want to ask very briefly, Torres, this is the first time we're talking to you under the banner of Foot Esports. How has it been since coming under this team?
I mean, We have talked with some organizations, but yeah, Food Esports just decided to pick us up, and we are pretty happy, pretty proud with the opportunity they have offered us, and yeah, we're here under Food Esports.
Well, we will see you in action again tomorrow in the semi-finals. Good luck with that, and go and do whatever you're going to do for the rest of the day. We'll see you tomorrow. And yeah, congratulations on the pickup from By Foot. And
Thank you so much.
we shall see you on the pitch tomorrow. Thank you, Torres.
Thank you.
And that will bring us to technically Series 4. Although this will be the third with the forfeit earlier, the last of the day. And it is now SSA back in action, and not an elimination series. So they will be, both of these teams will be in action tomorrow. But the winner will have to not play as much, so it's a pretty good thing to get the victory right here and right now. And we're going to open up the chat vote. So the last series of the day, Hey with Riz up against SSA's Cosmico. And you can get voting, hashtag Hey for Hey with Riz and hashtag COS for Cosmico. So Ultrasm, Bromeo, the defensive line for SSA pretty thin out there, but we're going to be throwing everything behind Cosmico, right, Ultrasm?
I disagree with your statement there that it's pretty thin. It has always been pretty thin, kind of like only defended by Limitless. And Cosmico, they have qualified for top 4 in every single one of these opens. They were the second team that I looked at that roster and I went, I love that. Werty taking the helm, backing it up with good players behind him, and they really are showing off right now. This is a big challenge for them, but damn, I could not be happier with the position that this is in, because finally we have a second team who's actually got a better chance now mathematically to get to that grand finals, and I think that's going to be the big job. Even if that grand finals is a very difficult task on its own, Cosmico getting to the grand finals would be huge.
I've been very impressed with how Cosmico have played with their roster upheaval before the start of this open. Happy Meal, another player being pressed out of retirement or wheeled out of retirement into the big stage, and they've done very well. And yes, they were in the weaker of the two brackets, it can be argued, but they did finish top seed in their bracket, and I thought they've done very well. Do you back that up, Bromeo? Or did they just get lucky in the draw?
Oh, look, they did play well. And I was actually thinking about it since Guns' departure, picking up Happy Meal for the main roster. I was thinking, is that a good switch? Because Happy Meal, I used to hold in the same ilk as I do Werty. They both leaders, they both support players, but then I came to think about it. I've seen him, Happy Meal, in RSC. He's gotten so much more aggressive and mechanically inclined that this isn't too far of a shout away from being a like-for-like replacement position-wise. So I am not surprised to see them performing well. I'm not sure if they are performing up to standard, because this is, in essence, a new team. But they do deserve to be where they are. Their results have shown that, and I think that's a good start.
I want to jump into something that Bromeo said there. He said that Werty and Happy Meal are both supportive players. Like, we were chatting beforehand about RGLs, in-game leaders. Someone who's there, who's making the decisions, making the calls, kind of like directing the team and how they move. And Happy Meal has kind of done that in his previous teams. Now he's come in, Werty's already doing a phenomenal job of that, always has. Maybe I'm very interested to see how Happy Meal starts to flex when he's given that space of, we've removed the leadership, now just go be mechanical.
And in the head-to-head, Rhino, I don't know how you were looking at it there. Not too much in the direct head-to-head. Here we have Kaka and Werty up against one another. A lot of similarities there. And I can't help but feel that Cosmico have got a win in them here.
I absolutely agree with that. And I look at this game as a really interesting proposition, because these two teams are currently 1-1 in the entire season. It was Cosmico who beat Hey in Open 1. It was then Hey who beat Cosmico in Open 2. So here we are with a tiebreaker for Split 1 for the RLCS SSA, which I think lends itself to a really interesting kind of dynamic between these two. Cosmico obviously bringing in Happy Meal. How much does that change the prospects of Cosmico? We saw it yesterday. They played very, very well with him involved, beating Labosh 3-1 as well, who we've just seen pushed FUT Esports quite close. So I think in the head-to-head, it really, really does go down to the wire. It's going to be about those mistakes again. Who makes the fewest mistakes on the field?
Chat is pretty close to call. It's 51% currently for Hey, 49% for Cosmo. So keep those Cosmico, keep those votes coming in. We need the Cosmico fans in there to pad that up a little as we go forward. And now let's talk about our predictions. And just because, why not? I'll go first. Probably because my prediction is the most predictable of all the predictions. So I will go. Rhino mentioned that the head-to-head is 1-1. Cosmico beating Hey with Riz first, and then Hey with Riz beating Cosmico more recently. I'm going to go with the older of the stats, and Cosmico are going to take this one down. I think there's been something about them for me, watching them last weekend in the qualifiers and then last night in the GSL. To me, there's something going on there. I like what I see. I think Cosmico are going to take it down. And eeny, miny, meeny, mo will get the EU rep at the end there to give us his prediction.
Revezi's English. All right, that's all I can say. All right, I am gonna go for the Hey with Riz. I think they might take it. I do think it is gonna go right the way down to the wire, though. I think this is gonna be a full 7-game series. I think Cosmico are gonna push them really close, but I think Hey with Riz have just a little bit too much in the tank at this particular juncture. But we will see.
We accept your prediction, your reasoning and work is a little flawed, but okay, sure. That's fine. You get to your prediction. Ultrasm.
I think there's very little in between these two teams here. They are both fantastic teams. I'm actually excited for this matchup just to see where they push each other, what they force each other to like bring out of the bag. But you know what? If Rhino can use patriotism as justification to lean one way or the other, I'm going to do the exact same thing. These guys are probably my favorite lineup in terms of the South African local team individual players. I think that they read the game really well. I think that they don't force things when they don't have to. And they've already beaten a great Labosh side. I think that there's a good shot that these guys could finish out the season strong.
Remarkably, the SSA players that are in are pretty much all the OGs. We still wait for the newer players. As much as we talk about our future and where we're going, we still wait for the newer crop to make it to that top level. And it's these guys holding firm. Bromeo, where are you going?
You're not going to like me for this, GB, but my heart, like Alt said, they are one of my favorite local teams purely for the players that are in it. But based on pure stats alone, Hey with Riz are going to take it because they have the more recent, better form. They won 3-0 in their last matchup. They're looking dangerous. I think they're going to take it.
It's a split desk, and the next best of 7 will sort out who is right, who is wrong. EU, SSA, Cosmico versus Hey with Riz, right here, right now.
Another top 4 spot remains to be taken as Hey with Riz and Cosmico wrap up the day's games. While Ivan and Revzy bring highlight reel making plays, Cosmico bring veteranship, even with their substitution this open in Happy Meal. So, Mock, let's get to our final best of 7 as it begins now.
Part of the scene for basically the beginning of when the RLCS descended upon South Africa in 2021. But now he has to dust off his controller and still show that he has yet more in his tank.
Get the dust off and get on the field. Here we go. Game 1 underway. And two teams that are no strangers to top 4, which is what this win would guarantee. Both of them got to that stage in the last Open. And Repsy seems rather primed to get there again.
That's one for the next time we ask the guess who scored that one. That's a beautiful double tap for Revsy. Behind Cam as well, the placement is just so good. It's so quick, and 10 seconds in, Hey with Riz laying down a marker and trying to scare Cosmico into a defensive position.
I mean, I'm a little scared. I don't know how Cosmico are feeling, but that is not the start they expected. The pogo into the half flip flick? What is going on right now with Hey? They're treating this like it's free play.
They might just be vibing. They might just be feeling it. And Cosmico starting a bit lethargically. Gonna have to pick up the tempo. Kaka missing. That's a great bump from Happy Meal. Cam, can he pinch it center for Happy Meal? The pinch is there, but it's not quick enough. Revsy bails out Hey with Riz.
And I'm glad I mentioned mechanics versus veteranship because we're already seeing it. The creativity and the mechanics from Hey already being seen. Close on the double tap was Karka. But Cosmico on that, far demolition bump attempt just to kind of physically create their scoring lanes. It's already showcased in the first minute.
Now it's time for Cosmico to just try to settle into this series. Try not to fall behind even more, and they're doing exactly that as Cam has a shot opportunity. Saved up high, Ivan. It's a pass one, Werty will collect, but the first touch letting the veteran down. Cosmico still, though, in possession and still with a lot to give here. Happy Meal trying to force his way through. Brilliant bump from Revsy, buying Kark at the time he needs.
And he's playing it nicely. Pass over to Ivan, cut off by Cam. So they tried to get a quick on the counterattack, but just not quick enough. Cam had the defensive positioning necessary for Cosmico to survive the turnaround. Happy Meal now. First touch off the sidewall. He's landing on this one. Picks up a pad. Picks up a container. There's the demolition as well. But Ivan's going to be the one through the smoke screen, getting boost and ball with the slow play. Now here comes the carry, the bump, and the goal.
And it's Spanish co-creation at its finest. Ivan does not care for Happy Meal's bump, does not care for Cam's pre-jump, and Kaka certainly doesn't care for Werty's save attempt. Crossbar down as Hey with Riz double up.
I think we're seeing that Cosmico have to be proactive. You cannot be reactive against this team of Hey with Riz because as soon as they get that air dribble going, they're turning it into a bump. As soon as they see a passing lane, they are darting it across the field to each other. Cosmico's vigilance has to have 2020 vision.
Hopefully that's the only thing that will be 2020 about them. Not their style of play. As Happy Meal tries to bang one, Revsy shortening the angle, making himself as wide as possible, right in front of the shooter. And with that, it's Hey with Riz remaining at a 2-goal lead. Nothing to be gained of it here. Ivan already pre-jumping Cam and not getting a touch off the ball, but he did enough for Revsy to collect. Oh no!
Landed.
Oh no!
It will. Revsy from the skies determines that that first touch will be its last. Everyone with a front row seat to that goal.
You know, sometimes you lose and sometimes the opponent just wins, right? That's pretty much what's happening to Happy Meal there, and defense completely misreads the play. Tragic for Cosmico. That game one certainly is one of them for the ages, but not one that Cosmico would want to relive at any point in the future.
And it's all about Hey with Riz trying to relive their most recent match against Cosmico. Yeah, they're 1-1 in terms of historical matches against each other this season, but in their last meeting, it was a sweep and a best-of-5 in favor of Hey with Riz. So as of late, they definitely have Cosmico's number, and that hasn't changed in game one.
Maybe here's something from Cam. One demo, two demos from Cam, and Happy Meal flicks it in, even though I've seen the Athena flick before my own eyes. It will not come to materialize. It's a 1 goal for Cosmico.
And 2 demos makes it a little too easy. That's why you start to get scared. Maybe that ball's going elsewhere. But SSA fans of old rejoice as Happy Meal called to action and called to the first goal for Cosmico.
Now, what can they unleash from that, Cosmico? What powers are slumbering? Revzy, oh, that placement is absolutely perfect! Top right, top pins for 1.
Ivan made it so difficult as well. Not only the pass off the crossbar, but he turns on the backboard and descends for the bump. So even if there was a hand up, it would have been so difficult to save. The shot quality out of with Riz, the save quality, it is more than enough to get a convincing lead in this game.
With Riz certainly firing on all sides of the pitch. Again, another Happy Meal demo coming through though. Cam behind Kaka, he gets 1, but he doesn't get the second. Werty there to poke it home. And with Riz are bleeding a bit. Their lead, it is shrinking.
I love that play from Cam. He's clearly in the driver's seat on that play. Likes to slow play it on the air dribble, wait to bait in the defense, and hey, if no one's going to challenge, just make their lives more difficult. That's going to make game 1 much more difficult to win, though, for Cosmico, as Revzy finds another.
Can we put a lid on this game now? Or is it just too chaotic in the past minute or so? Will Cosmico have an immediate response yet again for with Riz? That is the very big question. Cam against the ceiling, but immediately hunted down by Kaka.
30 seconds, and the lid is being found right now. About to be tightened on the jar of game number 1. Cam will maybe try to see this ball across as they can, but now they're getting punished for their earlier demo efforts. So demos were part of the game here for Cosmico to award at least one of their goals, but maybe the okay. All right, maybe we'll just see the most creative goals in game 1, Mock. That's fine with me.
That was supposed to be a psycho. He just the problem with the psycho. Yeah. Let's call it psychotic. Yeah, why not? The problem is if you underhit it, there's a distinct possibility of you just own goaling. Ivan doesn't need to be remembered of that goal, I'm sure. But I think we just might hold it against him. It's a blemish on an otherwise very strong performance from with Riz in game 1.
And I mean, it would have been interesting to talk about Cam getting such a high score without any goals. So maybe we take that one off the stat sheet just to think about it theoretically for now. That's 500 or so points without a goal. Again, you saw the double demolition. You see him have the most shots for the team as well. 4 of the team's 4 saves. If anyone's going to save this team, feels like it'll be Cam.
Cam certainly is. I think when we talked about Werty and Happy Meal on the desk, it was like, they're 2 very similar players. And I think Cam having to revert a bit more into the ways of 2022, 2023, where he was one of the more mechanical players here in SSA, and having Werty and Happy behind him sort of feels like he's gonna get the opportunity to relive that role as well.
Yeah, we talked about Happy Meal and Werty maybe being those more support players. We know that identity of Happy Meal especially is transformed from the earlier years of RLCS SSA to now. But Werty has been quite vocal about being the IGL for this team, trying to coordinate a strategy on the fly, which is pretty hard to do against a quick team like Hay.
The problem is with an IGL role, you have to really understand your opponents. You have to really understand what they're trying to achieve, and you need to have the read on them. Werty needs to show that if he wants to be IGL, if he claims that this is his perfect role, he needs to show that he has the read on the Hay players. Werty, long clear, that's gonna be good, 1-0.
Forget about IGL, just score the ball. Like, sometimes you just need the right touch. Perfect place, perfect timing for Werty to open the scoring of Cosmico.
a better start into game 2. Cosmico could not have asked for. It's an overcommit from Hey with Riz, and the perfect punish down the lane. A 1-0 lead will surely now bring some stability to Cosmico.
So what is that strategy that will prevail, that will maybe retain the lead of Cosmico? It's been a high-scoring Hey with Riz, that's for sure. So got to imagine one goal is not enough against a team like this. We'll see, though, as Cosmico start out once again with the attack. Cam's been the front runner for this squad. Gets the first touch to the corner, but loses the ball otherwise. Hey with Riz dominating possession. This is Revzy. Carries it out. Ivan. Oh, sidewall effort goes astray. Redirect there from Revezi off of the backboard. Karka, shot deflected, but this is an opening now for Karka. Cam trying to collect and give time for Cosmico.
Still not over, though. Cosmico struggling to find anything meaningful out of their own corner now. Karka with Revezi. No seating pinch found as of any big threat. Ivan now free goal, only Cam to contest. Cam goes low, and that was the right decision. Stay low, stay firm. Cosmico still have their clean sheet.
I respect it coming up with the saves, but going to need to save the ball some more. Right now, Wordy off the field from that demolition. Cam, not enough boost to climb to this ball. Off the respawn, Wordy misses as well. That leaves Happy Meal. No boost, but the dream to keep this ball out of scoring territory. And for the moment, they do. Cosmico survive a otherwise treacherous situation. And that's what it's been all about. Survive and hold the lead.
It might not be pretty, but it sure is effective. That was nearly both from Hey with Riz, but still, the defensive deadlock, it holds on. Karka now from the seating. He has an option in his hand. He's trying to use that option. Oof. Double. Oh, but then Ivan and Karka nearly finding some magic, but in the end, just being in each other's way. With halftime having come and gone here, Pyro, it's Cosmico. A very favorable lead. Let's just call it that. It's not necessarily deserved, but it's one that's going to be standing there either way.
They'll be happy with it for now. That I can agree with. Double commit there from Hey with Riz. Here comes Cam. Whole lot of space. Whole lot of time. Off the ceiling he goes. Flip to the backboard. And Revezi gets just the touch that's needed to deny any follow-up effort upon it. I think Wordy won that boost battle there. And, they won't win it in the corner either. Cosmico struggling to get the all-important boosts. Cam, maybe the only one with those all-important resources. It's a save from the backboard. Picks up the midfield. Karka. Individual play off his own backboard. How far can he go? What teammate can he find? Revezi gets the touch out again to the corner. Cosmico, how long can this lead hold? It's been 3.5 minutes. Can they go the distance?
It's nail-biting, certainly, for the Cosmico defense. They have to focus up. Werty and Cam, double commit to get it far, but only as far as the midfield line, where Karka holds down the fort for Hey with Riz. Finally, some alleviation of that pressure. Cam into the corner. That's going to be an awkward one. But Werty did not want to bite, did not want to leave his offensive post, as Cosmico seems to be gearing up for yet one more minute of extraordinary defensive work.
And credit to Happy Meal, because once again, he's the only one remaining, and if he doesn't challenge that quickly enough, I mean, that's a wide open net for Hey with Riz. So not even the double demolition can give them what's needed to score. On its way down, the 30 seconds remaining. Karka, that clear isn't the greatest. Wordy picks it up, sends towards the net. Ivan cuts off the play from Happy Meal. Cam with boost forces Karka on the light touch up high. Here's Revezi. This may be the chance that's needed. Shot on target. Cam slams the door on the shot. Happy Meal denies once again. Just a few more stops required for Cosmico as the number of saves climbs higher and higher. Wordy gets one touch. Can't read the one from Ivan. Cam, desperation touch on 2 jumps. Happy Meal, Cam, no boost. But Karka, no chance. Cosmico tie the series.
And there was the one mistake from the Cosmico defense in 5 minutes. Luckily for them, it wasn't punished. They get away with it with a deep, deep and dark blue eye. They've been beaten into their own half, but in the end, the defense, it held firm. Surely though, Pyro, that isn't replicable for the future, for the remainder of the series.
Listen, I was wrong, okay? I was like, Cosmico, great job on 1 goal, but it's going to require way more than that.
Yeah.
I was wrong, so I'm not willing to say that anymore, Mox. Maybe that is the replicatable pattern. But 7 shots, and all 7 denied there. Cam with 4 saves once again. This time, Wordy and Happy Meal do come up with 1 as well. But you got to think, I mean, this defensive effort, it's very impressive from Cosmico. Hey, with Riz, they crowded our top plays from the last Open because of their mechanical brilliance. It takes a lot to shut out this team.
And the good thing on the side of Cosmico was that there wasn't the panic. Normally, what we see, especially from the local teams, is defensively a lot of panic, a lot of double commits, and Cosmico has been able to restrain themselves in that regard. Very little mistakes means that the otherwise very high level of quality of defense that we see actually gets to pay dividends here. And in the end, the dividend was that Cosmico was able to equalize the series. That's only part of the truth, though. I want to see a bit more offensively from them now in Game 3 as well.
Oh, well, you want offense, you will get it. Not from the team that you asked for, but from Karka. The flip reset into the double tap. It's crisp.
Sealed and delivered. Away from Cosmico. That's a lot of frustration that Hayworth Riz is able to vent out from the last game. 5 minutes, they weren't able to score. But now inside the first 10 seconds, Hayworth Riz take the lead and are now forcing Cosmico out of their hedgehog position. Cam, long shot. Happy Meal tries to dunk his way through, I'm sorry. But to no avail.
You know, you gotta imagine Hay are asking themselves, where was this in the last game? 2 goals in the first 30 seconds. Now we're getting the musty flick passes into the top corner slots. Talked about how efficient and exciting this offense is from Hay, and they support that here in this Game 3.
The double commit, though, from Hay with 2 ceiling pre-jumps, no less. 2 pre-jumps that will not be of any consequence either. Karka has Ivan down. Ivan pre-jumping again, but misses the connection. Could have been 3. Perhaps should have been 3 for Hayworth Riz. But the opening minute, a brutal opening minute for Cosmico. It ends now.
As for the time being, and there were 3 players that missed their chance on that ball. A demo, a save, and a shot. None of them came through. Now Ivan with the pass. Almost is there to Revezi, but it dies down off the demo. Wordy in position to get this towards the net. That ball's going to end up high, but Cam still sees a chance on the possession as he takes to the half-court line, and now Wordy flipping his way towards the ball. Doesn't have the juice to defeat his opponent. Kark on the backboard. Happy Meal. Air dribble into the flip reset. Taken away by Revezi. These quick challenges from Hay, stripping Cosmico of otherwise fortuitous opportunities.
Was a great cut from Revezi there. It's a very heads-up play as well, such as this shot. Ivan barely slots it in. 3-0 in favor of Hayworth Riz. Karka leaves it. Revezi leaves it. Ivan comes in and Happy Meal cannot keep it out. It's Hayworth Riz firmly in the driver's seat.
And they're just able to open the floodgates. I mean, it feels like it's a matter of priming the engine. If that first goal comes through, then there's going to be many that follow. Hayworth Riz just hammering these shots home. You can see the Cosmico. They had a player there for the save. Happy Meal got a touch, but power behind the shot. Speed. It was there, and it was enough for the 3rd goal.
What can Cosmico respond with now? That's where we see the problem with relying on the defense for a win. If your opponent just gets past you at least once, you're going to be forced to change the balance. You're going to be forced to move a bit more aggressively down the field. And that is currently the problem for which Cosmico does not have a solution yet. Revzy trying for the fourth, but that ball is going to be wide and over. It's going to be Wova. Ooh. Not that one.
Lofting it over for the fourth goal is Karka. And again, they're able to punish. They've dominated this corner ball as well, Mocked. It's just these awkward situations of Cosmico. They're trying to peel back for the boost or try to read the backboard touch. Hey, with Risen, their pace of play has just outsmarted and outpaced them on every end.
That's worrying signs because I feel like Hey still have a higher gear to go to in terms of pace if they really need to. The Cosmico again need to find the read, need to find the appropriate game speed with which they would answer. Hey with Riz, another item to their growing list of problems I'm sure that they face in this series, because game 1 and now game 3 have both been pretty much dominated by Hey with Riz.
Yeah, this one almost utter domination. As another shot was close to going in there. You got to think for Hey with Riz as well. We mentioned how in their battles with Limitless, always going to game 7 overtime. They win this game and they'll play the winner of Limitless and Labosh. So they may get that chance to face off against Limitless and get that ultimate revenge. First, though, they've got to stop the scoring of Cosmico.
There's one. It's a bit of a, I dare I say, random happening from Cosmico. It didn't look choreographed at all, but very opportunistic, and in the end, it works out. At least there's one on the goal, on the scoreline here for Cosmico. Hey with Riz, I'm not putting up judgment for that, for conceding one just yet against a team. Let's not forget that is one of their closest contenders when it comes to that being third or fourth conversation. But right here, Ivan getting a freebie.
Yeah, this one from Cosmico should have been saved. Revezi made it awkward, right? Is he going to shoot? Is he going to take to the corner? The missed touch leaves Happy Meal a little bit in a tizzy, so it's hard to react to. But at this point, locked 4-1, 5-1. I feel like it's going to change the result of this game. It's another topsy-turvy end of the seesaw.
It's just something that, unfortunately, for Cosmico, they have to scratch up and be like, yeah, okay, cool, we got one, but we still lost by 4. And if you lose by 4 or 3, doesn't really matter. They need that clean read. They need that clean play that they had in game 2. Because if Hey with Riz get their mechanics online, I think we've seen the result twice now.
We see it again. Another potential psycho attempt off their backboard from Hey with Riz. Should close things for game number 3. They'll take the lead in the series, and they'll try to stop Cosmico from bouncing back in the same way that they did in game number 2, as Cosmico did a great job of bending but not breaking in game number 2. It all falls apart here in game 3.
And it seems like the team that scores within the opening 10 seconds is going to be the team that wins the game in the end. Granted, Hey with Riz do it a lot more dominantly than Cosmico did in game 2, but still the story stands. As of now, the first kickoff, possibly the most instrumental one and important one for the remainder of the game.
Could very well be. I think it's honestly more of a mental thing here and now for Cosmico, because what's clear is they seem to have a different posture to them when they are in the lead, rather than not being able to score. That's what drives them in this ditch, puts them in a rut that's difficult to get out of. So there has to be that change that comes through here, Mocked, in game number 4. Otherwise, Hey with Riz, they might just tally a record in terms of scoring. I mean, when they win, it is a bit ridiculous.
it gets out of hand quickly, but it also speaks volumes to the team that Hey really is. And at the core, they're a very vibey team. They don't take it too seriously. They, like to play around, like to go for some fancy stuff. As we've seen with perfectly illustrated by Ivan in game 1, going for that psycho attempt. And they do that whether it's 5-2 or whether it's 0-0. So if they work it out, then they are going to be elated by that, and then suddenly it all just works. So it's very much both teams knowing what they need to do to play to their own strength, and which is why that first goal is of utmost importance to both of them.
We'll see if it comes through early on here in game number 4 as we get things started with a demo. A very explosive kickoff here and a great chance for Karka to repeat his performance in game 3. And that's exactly what he'll do.
Not directly off the kickoff this time around, but of the second time of asking, Karka absolutely buries it. 17 miles an hour, 112 kph, right into the back of that orange net. And Cosmico can't play to their strengths here. They do have to chase a lead.
See what it takes for Cosmico to change the tune, because when it comes down to equalizing, that has not been their strong suit in this series. Have to see a formidable Cosmico, a Cosmico that is not shaken by playing with a different third here of Happy Meal, who is putting on good shots, but the Hey with Riz defense coming out to be a bit stronger.
Now Revesi looking for something, but first of all had to make ball contact, which he missed. Werty looking for Happy Meal down the line, but the two veterans can't quite connect. There's a demo in the back line, leaving Karka with a lot of space. Does he have to reset? He might have, but he was too far away from the ball to use it. As Werty's able to force his way down the left flank. It's immediate danger of the counter-attack, but Karka back in the nick of time.
Cam drops this down, and Werty's in the zone, but a little late to defeat Revesi. Revesi, he's actually faked out of the play there. Cam puts a crossbar down. The avenue opened, and Cam delivers.
And then for the first time, rather, in this series, we have an equalized game after one of the teams took a lead. A with Riz and Cosmico tied at 1 apiece after a bit of inspired play from the veterans that are Cosmico Esports. Revsi needs to take to the side. Werty very much expecting that one and stealing the boost as a result. In the end, doesn't matter. Karka gets it out for now.
Talked about this earlier, but we needed to see a proactive Cosmico, and this finally seems again like the Cosmico that is taking the fight to Hey. Even if they have to lunge in for 50s and get those demolitions or be the victim of them in that case, they're stretching the defense of Hey with Riz to start to find more opportunities. This one, though, could get scary. Hey, to beat them to the challenge there, but it's Werty across the field. Cam, if he got that ball, maybe the ball would have landed in. Now we're off to the other side. Werty, no boost, able to save.
No boost and a lot of problems for the Cosmico backline. Revesi takes it away from Cam. Happy Meal again on 0 and demoed away. Ivan looking for his countryman. Karka in the middle, not finding him. That bounce certainly fortuitous for Werty, but the save is good. Karka saw it coming. Can he see it coming again? No! Happy Meal! He's loving it again!
Put the doubts aside for Happy Meal. He carved out the lane for goal number 1 and puts this dime on for goal number 2 as Cosmico take their lead.
What a slot from the 25-year-old. An unk, as some might say, but one that certainly hasn't forgot how to play the game. 2-1 lead, and now Cosmico very much in their favored spot.
25 is on, Ka. I don't wanna know what 28
we're
is.
Cooked,
then.
Man. Yeah, mate, we're cooked. We're both of us.
That's why we're in the booth. No, I never had a chance regardless. This one, though, had a chance from Hey. Wow. Close off the ceiling. Revesi now Great control. Flip reset into the bomb. Karka double tap. That's still saved. Cam had a read on it the whole way, but it's all for naught.
All that hard work goes up in smokes when Revezzi takes aim at the far post. Still has Werty beat. And Hayworth is able to equalize from Cosmico's lead. So it seems that leads are no longer sacrosanct as we believe them to be in the previous turns of the series.
Werty taking the fight to them once again with that midfield challenge, keeping with Riz guessing. It's just not as much of a passive Cosmico that we saw earlier. Werty, it's going to be a chance from the corner. Cosmico looking to dominate the midfield, but Karka has dominated the skies. One touch turns into two into the redirect of Ivan, and that leaves Cam to slow play it to the corner.
In that corner, he's immediately met by a Hay player. Revezzi. Oh, that ball's a bit too far away. Werty's going to be able to be letting onto that one. And suddenly, the last minute comes in. Hay with Riz and Cosmico are on even playing ground. That's a great demo in the back line. Opening the scoring lane for Revezzi, and he will not be asking himself twice whether or not he wants to score it.
And the demo should be applauded, but Revezzi defeating two defenders on that play. It was the quick maneuver in the midfield to gain the ball, and then the swift flip off the sidewall to beat the challenger there. Revezzi has been a speedy demon in the skies, and that shot almost had the speed necessary to tie it up. Cosmico, they need an equalizer. They need it soon.
30 seconds left for Cosmico, about 3 good attacks. Cam, can he convert the first one? Yes, he can! In Cam, they trust. 3-all.
Happy Meal, 100% goal participation this game. 2 assists, and this one is off the pinch pass from the side wall. Starting to learn that if there's a Happy Meal on the field, there's always a way.
Is there a way that they might even get this winner before overtime? Revezzi up high into the skies. Happy Meal confidently beating his man. Werty carrying it out. That's great 50-50 though from Ivan. One bump. It's a bit of chaos now in the backline in that orange third. Werty closing down the lane. The ball still stays alive. Cam beats Ivan to the corner. Happy Meal continues to keep it up. Who will drop it first? Will there be one more opportunity? Ivan layoff to Revezzi, but it's too short. Overtime it is.
Gotta think this is a vital overtime here in this match. Of course, livelihood in the bracket is not at stake here, but top 4 is. And with both teams getting a top 4 last event, they are keen to arrive again. Cosmico with a win here will give themselves a much better chance at it, as Happy Meal off the ceiling flip reset can't be utilized in time. Cam has the boost to get a wave dash actually towards the ball and gather that 50-50. Werty have to take a boost to get a second touch here, but it's all about the slam from Hay with Riz. They were quicker on it to defuse the effort.
Cam needs to be careful there. Ivan was flipping past him. It's something that he did see and they did take into consideration when rotating back. In the end though, not needed as Happy Meal. Now putting it into the opponent's corner. Revezzi there. Cam's touch lets him down just a tiny bit. Out of control now. Ivan suddenly with all the time and space in the world, but fortunately for Cosmico, he was lacking boost.
This is a great chance here. Karka start out the scoring in the last game. In this game, he's looking to bookend it here with a goal to finish out the overtime. A solid chance at this one as well. Tries to get the 50-50 against Cam, but Cam really holding the line on that backboard, ensuring they don't get a touch out in front of the net. Happy Meal nearly beating Karka to that touch. And now it's just Cam on the back line, this time with boost. Happy Meal gets a bit of a chip there to stop the assault of Hay.
That's a crucial touch there for Happy Meal. He wouldn't have got any boost in his own corner as Cam was just taking that one about 5 seconds earlier. Buying enough time. Double commit though, no. Cam and Werty. Happy Meal having to buy time yet again, but Cam sprints back with the speed of Usain Bolt and does arrive in defense when he's needed most. still. 2 minutes have come and gone now in this overtime, Pyro. And both teams still jostling for control.
It is quite the war, tug of rope happening here where maybe one touch could change it all. Wordy physically removed from the play. This is great space for Ivan. The last defender bumped away, but Wordy puts the cape on. He's the hero. Saves it out. Happy Meal defeats a Revezi in the skies, but Karka says I can be that third man on defense to save it as well.
Great cut here as well from Ivan. Keeping high pressure and high press on the Cosmico attackers. Bertie, this time, no dunks. No stop of the hard moment for the Cosmico defense. Here's the pass from Bertie to Cam. The placement! The slots! All squared after 4 games played, thanks to Bertie and Cam.
Could have had the early pass here off the backboard, decided to slide on the outside instead and cut the pass short to Cam. No better player to strike the final goal for Cosmico and tie the series.
Nearly 1,000 points for Cam with an, I would say no matter how this series ends up, man of the match performance thus far. The defining factor of Cosmico's attack. Let off the leash almost.
And that's what's needed. A Cam unleashed. I mean, let's be honest. I think the front runners for the goal scoring and the mechanical plays really were Cam and Guns on this roster. And now all eyes on Cam to make those plays. And he says, okay, you need me to fill some big shoes? You got it. He's been the score leader by a wide margin. But I don't want to undersell what Happy Meal and Wordy have done as well. Wordy's talked a lot about coordinating the game plan here. Beautifully delivered that overtime assist. And then Happy Meal was part of all 3 goals in regulation. He had that pinch pass with like less than 30 seconds left to generate a play from seemingly nothing. Mocked. Cosmico are great at game planning in those tough situations. It's just my one worry, Mocked, is they always play well, and then the next game they get beat 5-1. So I don't know what to expect in Game 5.
It's a seesaw that knows the extremes of, either we go all in on Hey with Riz or just the ever so slightly in favor of Cosmico to really grind it out, 1-0 victories. But you said we talked about Worty as well a lot with being that IGL, being that planner, that sort of mastermind behind Cosmico. Yesterday he said, or after yesterday he said, it was a generational lock-in. What would it need for them to... What sort of lock-in would it be needed for them to win today here against Hey with Riz? Is there even an exaggeration of generational?
I don't know if you could do any better than that. I mean,
Eternal?
I guess they would have had to have a generational lock-in because we almost saw Cosmico that didn't make top 8 mocked. By the way, for anyone wondering, we had a server die, so we are hoping to get that server back up and running for the next game for you all. But yeah, Cosmico went to Game 5 with Haiba in the upper semifinal in GSL stage. They almost didn't make it even to the upper bracket, but they locked in Game 5, and then they defeated Labosh, who clearly is looking great after we saw their very solid performance earlier today. So I would say that it was a generational lock-in from this team, Mocked, who isn't used to having Happy Meal be the starter, who had to really just craft the game plan, make it work. And they've done just that. And Mock, correct me if I'm wrong, but I mean, Cam and Happy Meal have a history of teaming together for a long time as well. So some of this could just be natural.
Yeah, back in the days with both Bravado and Orlando Pirates, I think, in 2021, or between 2021 and 2023, if I'm not entirely mistaken. Someone could fact check me on that one, but Worty always was the new one, the new kid on the block. Worty, I think, historically never teamed with either Happy Meal nor Cam, because he was always like the one that is almost there with the top, almost the up-and-comer at that point. But now he shows that he is one of the big guys. He's one of the very established SSA guys. problem for them now is, though, that they're not playing against 3 SSA guys that they have known for the past 10 years. They're playing against Kaka, Ivan, and Revezi, and they are very certainly learning that mechanics can be quick, consistent, and executed to perfection.
Yeah, that is the greatest struggle between them and Hey with Riz, is the mechanical brilliance of Hey with Riz and the way at which they do it efficiently and quickly. If there's any gap that Cosmico provide, we've seen Revezi do it, where he beats one in the midfield, has a swift flip off that sidewall, and just scores. All it takes is one demo, one beat in the midfield, and Hey with Riz are blitzing past you like they're speeding on the highway. So you have to be aware of that, and you have to be really good at not only keeping that pace of play, but also avoiding those demolitions. Got to have your head on a swivel with this team. And folks, I know that you've had to look at us for a long time, but I'm very sorry. We're back in the game here for game number 5. Thank you so much for your patience. It is Aquadome with a split series at 2-2.
2-2, and thus far all the odd-numbered games have gone in favor of Hey with Riz, and quite convincingly so. Cosmico at least once will need to break that trend, but they don't do it here. Cam misses the open net.
Ooh, we've talked so much about that first goal. It's not going to be found quite yet. Karka has held that honor for most of the time, and he'll still have a chance at it. But it seems like the break has not slowed down Cosmico in the slightest. Happy Meal, that one off the crossbar.
If anything, Cosmico showing a more aggressive side to them that we have not yet seen. Being forced back for the first time, though, as well in this series. No goal has been scored in the opening 15 seconds. We might have to extend that time a little bit, though. Ivan wanted to dunk the opponent, but with no ball touch from the defense, there was nothing to dunk.
Yeah, listen, Hey with Riz have reason to be confident coming into this game. They're great at creating opportunities on the other end, but they just have to execute on the shots. Some of these have been just a miss, though. Revezi has a chance to clean up on the stat sheet off the crossbar, and with no one ready to score, follow up from Hey with Riz, we're still tied.
That woodwork of the orange net is certainly rattling. When will Hey with Riz dial in their accuracy? Kaka not getting it past Werty this time around. Ivan will just delay with that touch in the midfield. Happy Meal happy to collect. Will not do anything meaningful with it, as both teams are unsure of what to do with this scenario, with no goals being scored in the opening 2 minutes.
Cosmico have an idea, that is to praise the posts and the crossbar and thank their fourth teammate so far. And yeah, continue to pray that these misses come through, but with Ivan from the ceiling, that one will miss as well. Hey with Riz, can we hit the net? They're struggling to do so.
Some may say that a goal for Hey with Riz is overdue. And there it is, Revezi. Only took them about 200 shots, but they finally find the area in between the sticks and not outside of them.
Oh, I think they would have been so frustrated that with a loss and no scoring in Game 5, they would have just hung up the sticks. It's over. No goals scored. But don't change that tune. And honestly, no surprise to see Revezi do it. I think out of anyone, he's been the most clinical on the pitch today for Hey.
Yeah, definitely agree with that one. Whereas Ivan and Kaka go for the more flary ones. Revezi normally the one that just gets it over the line, gets the dirty work done, the Englishman. Indispensable in that action for Hey with Riz. As Ivan, little musty into flip reset combination, teeing up Kaka for the double tap. Kaka, oh my word! What a read! But the post is once again Cosmico's greatest ally.
If you want any description, not just of this game, this entire series, just watch that goal over and over again. It is Hey being very confident in their mechanical displays, just missing and that creating the avenue for Cosmico to punish. This is really a series that comes down to how clinical can Hey with Riz be.
And it shows that mechanics surely, or fancy mechanics more specifically, aren't the be-all end-all of Rocket League. There are certainly other avenues to success, contrary to popular belief in the GC2 lobbies. You can just play solid, and in the long run, you will be rewarded. Cam, now with 90 seconds left, goes for the aerial bump, doesn't make contact with Kaka.
Karka's got the carry out over to Revezi, though, as Wordy steals the boost from Karka, who's out of any of it but Ivan. Good chance on the double tap. This one won't go in. Revezi, the follow-up. That's just wide. They're from Cosmico demoed. They've got to use their resources wisely here as they search for an exit into the blue end, and they found it. The whole Happy Meal stranded in the air. Needs to resource up on those pennies as he carries this one out, baits in the defense. Cam has to take ownership of this ball, evades the bump from Karka. We've talked about that from Cosmico. They've got to be aware these bump attempts. One, clear the lane for a Hey score and maybe their match point in this series.
Every goal now of increasing importance the later it happens in the game. Cam, Adderall's past one, gets a reset just to be a bit more threatening as Hey just falls back into deeper defensive lines. Happy Meal quite happy to meet them on the halfway line. Cam darts forward. That could have been dangerous depending on where the 50 ended up. But as it went neutral, we are steering to yet another overtime here, perhaps, if not anything happens in the last 5 seconds.
Up and at him at the ceiling here, Wordy. Did he find a teammate at the midfield? Maybe Happy Meal, who's just trying to take it away from Hey. This ball's up for the taking. Ivan to the net and put down. It's overtime to secure match point.
Overtime, the second for this series, game number 5. It's going to be a quick one. Or will we have another prolonged affair as we just seen in game 4? Kaka bullies his way down the flank. That's going to drop dangerously for Happy Meal. House's recovery good enough. Revezi. Oh, brilliant fake! Diving double, not in.
Right idea with the fake into the double tap. It would have steered the entire defense loose. But once again, the same song is sung for Hey with Riz. You have to put the shot on target. That one from Cam may have been, if not for the save from Ivan. And now it's Ivan the other way. Revezi with the boost to turn on this ball. Pinch off the corner, puts it past Happy Meal. The flip defeats Wordy. That touch off the post. And the goal line antics continue against Hey.
Efficiency. The biggest gripe here for Hey with Riz. But in the end, they call on the old reliable, they call on the Englishman, and Revezi more than happy to answer the phone.
Oh, we were about 5 or 6 plays away from an 8-1 scoreline mocked with the musty flick, double flip resets, double taps that all just hit the post again and again and again for Hey with Riz. But they survived their efforts. They created numerous chances. That is 13-6 on the shot differential, and enough goals to get them to where they are now.
But to almost make our points for us, out of those 13 shots here from Hey with Riz, only one needed to be actually saved by a Cosmico player.
Oh, wow.
2 have been goals. The other 11, therefore, have just been off target. And even looking at the last goal that won it all, you could see the post bounce once, the post bounce for a second time then as well. Really, it was Hey with Riz needing to work hard for that one. Not because Cosmico was great defensively, but because their aim that was so good before just sort of started to drift away from them.
And if you're Cosmico, how much can you really rely on that, right? How much can you rely on punishing with the counterattack? Because that's what they did for their first goal. you don't know. You don't know what Hey with Riz are going to come with here in Game 6. If they're going to lock in, have that callback to Wordy's comment on the generational lock-in, maybe that's all that's needed from Hey, or will the same mistakes occur once again? I'll tell you what, though, Mocked, we've been bouncing back and forth here. A win from Hey has been responded to by a win from Cosmico. They just need to do it one more time to drag us to Champions Field.
And as far as the generational lock-in is concerned of Cosmico Esports, yesterday, twice, they have won the final 2 games of the series to take the series away. Against Hybo, it was 2-1 down, and then games 4 and 5 won by Cosmico. Against Le Bosch, it was 1-1 in the series, and then games 3 and 4, you guessed it, won by Cosmico. They know what it takes to lock in. They have to do it, though, against the strongest opponent yet.
And Hey with Riz have to defeat that narrative as well, because I'm remembering them being up 3-1 in the series in the semifinals to Limitless, and having lost 5, 6, and 7 those games to be ultimately defeated. It is that late game lock-in needed from Hey with Riz to get top 4. It is absolutely possible with how brilliant these players are and what lanes Karka can create for himself, and we may just be seeing it already.
Wordy backflips, and that's really what broke the camel's back. Cam is in an awkward position as a result, thinking that Wordy would get at least the pole of the ball or the player. And when that didn't happen, all manner of horrible stuff unfolded for Cosmico, resulting in Hey with that opening goal. And it wasn't just for Hey with Riz in that last open qualifier against Limitless, where they've lost 3 on the trot. In the first one against Limitless, they've lost the last 2 on the trot as well. Game 6 and Game 7 thus far have not been a friend to Hey with Riz, but that might change here and change today. Revzy 2-0.
I think Hey are going to be so happy if they win this game to say, okay, enough with those storylines, enough with those late game losses. You want the clutch factor to come through? Here it is. And they are forming a highlight reel with these goals. They might just continue to do so with a whole lot more time remaining. Ivan just stamping his name at the midfield here, calling all Cosmico players to the line, but defeating them one by one.
Not a third goal, though, most crucially for Cosmico. Revezi puts on an opportunistic shot. We've dealt with quite easily for the Cosmico defense, but defense is only half of what they need. 3 minutes, still a lot of time. But 2 goals, certainly a difficult task for the local heroes, as Ivan puts it directly on target. Wordy with the in and out to keep it the deficit just at 2.
That was ridiculous. I did not see that save coming. That almost was from nowhere. We have seen Cosmico generate chances from seemingly nothing. We saw them do it late in game number 4 to tie up the series and then win an OT. They may need to do it again as Hey with Riz are entering with more strong shots, and the post hit finally doesn't punish Hey in the end.
The post is the cruel mistress, as Happy Meal is now encountered, singing and luring with songs of seduction and being your friend, just waiting for the opportune moment to stab you in the back. Hey with Riz get their third. Half-time has come and gone. Where is, yet again, the generational lock-in of Cosmico?
If it comes through at any time, it's got to be now. Wordy, strong touch that does find its way past Ivan, but has Revezi as reinforcements. Ivan maybe on the wrong side of the ball, but able to pinch it to safety. Arca carries this out from the ceiling, and Cam, one nice touch past Ivan. This one centered to Wordy, and he'll take that every day.
That's a rare mistake out of the Hey defense, and it's an old one as well from Ivan. Not quite sure what his idea was there either. If I'm looking at it on the replay, yes, he was under pressure, But flipping into that ball was always going to cause trouble. Werty taking advantage, and suddenly the Cosmico comeback seeming a bit more plausible.
Demolition there. Werty has time now. It's not too much boost. One hop over. Karka leads to Revezzi along the goal line. Cam saves. And now Karka keeps the pressure on for Cosmico. They're strung out. They're without boost. This one's going to be difficult for Cosmico to get out of, especially if this ball darts its way in.
What on earth happened there? Karka, did he ceiling pitch it in the slightest of touches? And then the slightest of misses on the defensive side. A goal defined by the improbability of it all.
Oh, almost that chance to bring us back to a 2-goal score line. Already no real choice but to jump up at these shots. And Cosmico, they know time is of the essence here. Ivan says, I see 2 teammates and a shot coming, so why don't I send it directly at them as they double up on the save. But Cosmico bringing everything they have at these chances. That one just too far from Werty. He gives his life for the pass over to Cam, but it's not handled well. It's given away. They have the backboard, gets there for the bump. Happy Meal there for the shot, and still Hey with Riz survive.
Great reaction time from Karka there on the goal line as well, with the backflip to shovel it out of any danger. Ivan, ground double tap is not going to reach him again. Revezzi fakes for Karka, could be the lid, but it might not be needed after all. Happy Meal on the counter-attack, beaten. Revezzi up high, Werty limited boost to it at his disposal, but all this is doing is burning the precious and very limited time that Cosmico have.
I mean, there's no doubt about this final minute or so that there is a fire beneath this Cosmico team, but with the extinguisher in hand is Hey with Riz to remove the embers. Another chance along the goal line unfound. And that lead just all too strong from Hey with Riz. They'll secure top 4 for the Birmingham Open number 3.
Top 4 secured. Waiting tomorrow for the winner of Le Bosch and Limitless. Whereas Cosmico is going to have to work a little bit more for that top 4 result, having to play Bulletproof tomorrow.
What a fight for Cosmico. Definitely late in the series, had some help from the post, but, you know, I don't want to undersell what they did provide in this series. Once again, with a substitution of their third and Happy Meal, and kept up with a Hey with Riz team that is normally one of the only teams to battle against Limitless and the new Foot Esports. Great challenge here, but ultimately Hey with Riz stamping themselves as yet again a top 4 in SSA.
And rough day at the office, but well done to Foot, well done to Hey with Riz. And that means there's a date with density tomorrow for Cosmico and Limitless. They get to face each other, which is a little rough, but that's the way the cookie crumbles. And every series from here on out is an elimination series. One team disappears with every series played. 5 more remain tomorrow to crown the champion of Open number 3. There you see it. Cosmico will be... I actually got that... No, hold on. Is that correct? It is correct. I forgot about the switch. Never mind. So that's actually not too bad. Now, that actually makes me feel a lot better, because Cosmico will play Bulletproof, Le Bosch Limitless, which means the possibility, and I know I'm now on fumes here, but the potential of an SSA, all SSA final remains. But I am on fumes.
Oh boy. Yeah.
Never say never, I guess. Right? Never
Well,
say
it
never.
also
Yeah,
means that
no.
the opposite is true, right? You could have an all SSA final. You could also have an all import final. So we'll see how the cookie crumbles on Championship Sunday. I know, Greybeard. I didn't
There's
need to be the
zero
one to
chance
remind
of
you.
that. Zero chance of that. Okay, well, let's talk about the series that just happened. I don't know what you saw there in the what data was provided in game, Bromeo, but there were some great highlights for Cosmico. But it always seemed that that Hay were just that sort of head and shoulders ahead.
Look, it was a game of two tails where it was missed opportunities on the part of Hayworth Riz, but there was also some fantastic defense by Cosmico, and a lot of their goals were created from the defense and quickly on the counter. So it could have gone either way, although I feel like if this was a much longer series, Hayworth Riz would have beaten out anyway, just purely on shots taken.
All right, and I don't know what the highlights were for you, Macht.
I mean, you can't really look past the mechanical goals. Like, whenever you look for highlight, you look for something flashy, and flashy is just what Hayworth Riz do. It is so entrenched in their DNA. That being said, I was a very big fan of the very pragmatic Rocket League that Cosmico has shown. A lot of physicality, a lot of demos, flashy only when you need to be, but really fundamental and basic Rocket League can still, and I will continue to sing that tune, it can still bring you good results.
It can, it has, but not enough on the day right here and now. So still 6, so no eliminations from the top bracket, from the upper bracket. Limitless and Cosmico will be in action tomorrow, and we will look forward to that. We are going to be having one final interview today, and then we'll wrap it up, and we'll have a quick look forward to tomorrow, and then it is all done. So, gentlemen, the big question becomes: Have you thought about and made plans for your weekends, for the next 6 or so weekends? Because it's like suddenly there's always that problem after RLCS is, what do we do with our weekends?
Yeah,
Well-
it looks good. I'm quite full.
Well, we also keep an eye out on like how the teams shift and how maybe some players shift. I know there's some restrictions around like how much can you change your team, but SSA is kind of interesting because you're coming into a new split with some free agents and players looking for new teammates. So I think some of that time is going to be spent looking at, okay, well, what kind of shifts are happening in the scene?
Well, there is that natural attrition of where rosters will, and we've already seen with Must Do Fluck, they want to, some of them wanting to head back to Europe, so looking for a team that they can join up there. Local rosters are kind of looking for, we saw with Relentless, Willu leaving that roster. They're looking for a third Zany and Star. And then, so I mean, there are rosters, though, that I hope stick together and that I think will. Rosters like Death Cloud Esports, like Highball, and I'm pretty sure they're going to stick, because if they grind the break, I think there is huge potential for them. And we said at the start of this last Cosmico series that we're still waiting for that breakthrough team who will come and be a little bit of a support to the Cosmico and Limitless front line, which is kind of taking a pummeling there. So we wait and see and we hope. But I tell you what, Bromeo, why don't you go and have a chat with Revezi coming into interview for Hayworth Riz?
Revezi, welcome.
Yep.
So, first of all, congratulations on the strong finish, securing your spot into Championship Sunday.
Thank you.
So, just a quick question from me. Obviously, that was a pretty tight in some occasions, some overtimes. Are you guys happy with your performance, seeing it into Sunday?
Yeah, of course. I mean, I'd say they're decent, but yeah, props to Cosmic Odo. They're a good roster.
Yeah, a good roster that primarily challenged you defensively rather than offensively. Was it more of a case of your shooting was at times too inaccurate, or was there anything in particular on their defensive structure that gave you a lot of grief?
Yeah, I mean, I'd say of course we could have played better, but yeah, I think if we keep playing how we're playing though, we'll be alright. And yeah, I think like in defense they're pretty good as well. But yeah, in offense they might struggle a bit. But yeah, obviously the vehicle guns didn't help them. Like, don't know what happened there, but
Well, it is what it is, I suppose. And just speaking on that quickly, Macht was saying there were a bunch of missed opportunities, but had a couple of those gone in, they would have been on the highlights reel for sure. Are you guys happy with your attacking play and how that transpired? Or is there anything that you would change going forward into tomorrow?
yeah, I think in offense like we're pretty solid, but defense is like a bit of a struggle because obviously you got to play on the high ping, so it's always a struggle. But yeah, I think offense we're fine, to be honest.
I mean, it certainly looks that way. And I mean, if we want to look to tomorrow, we're going to play the winner of Le Bosch or Limitless. So common wisdom would say it would be Limitless. How eager are you to take revenge? Because twice now Limitless have beat you in Game 7s. Is there anything that sort of gives you a bit of extra motivation for tomorrow if you do end up playing Limitless again?
Yeah, of course. I mean, we'd love to get, our revenge on them, and like they're a good team, so but I think we'll probably end up playing them probably, but yeah, I think we'll be fine now if we play them. We'll get the win this time.
Well, best of luck in that regard, Revezi. Thank you very much for coming along and giving us this quick interview. Have a nice evening and potentially see you tomorrow.
Yep, thank you. You too.
Thank you, and let's take it.
Sometimes
Well, that was a very efficient interview, right?
sometimes when you interview people, you worry about how you're going to get a word in edgeways, how you're going to shut it down so you keep to a tight schedule. That was not one of them, but Revezi, we were very pleased to have you on, and not just sending your coach in there to front for you. And then that is going to pretty much wrap it up, with the exception of driver of the day, people being voted in there. And it has to be said, there is a natural bias toward SSA players just by the nature of how ACGL site works and who can vote and all of that good stuff. So with that in mind, Pyro, is there a driver of the day for you?
Like, my heart says Happy Meal, because just seeing him out there do great work was really inspiring, but my head tells me Cam, because if they had won that match, he would have absolutely been MVP. So yeah, keeping in mind there's an SSA bias, and those two teams lost today, I think my idea is Cam.
Macht.
There are two trains of thoughts right now in my head. The one is the meme. Which would be Myra of Ball Eater. That would be that would be insane if Myra ends up getting it for the no-show. But if there wasn't the SSA bias, I would go Inspire. I was I was very much taken away by the way Le Bosch played, and I think that was mainly due to Inspire having a really good day, having really smart decision making in their series against Foot Esports. So that would be my guess, but realistically, I think it's going to be Cam.
Le Premier.
Well, as you would know, Greybeard, we've now got fancy new stat software that we can look at things in real time. And what that actually has allowed me to do is look at the player who's not currently on the ball. And for the same reason that Macht said Inspire played well, he really, really did. VK Salen as well, off the ball, played incredibly well. But I will say this for a second week in a row. I think our driver today was Snowy. He was solid. He was really, really good. And he had a part in nearly every single play that Limitless set up today. So he would be my vote.
And I would be inclined to agree with Macht. So I'll go along with Macht. I was impressed by Inspire today. But that's us, the yappers on the desk. What did the ACGL vote have to say? Today's driver of the day is, well, you know what, Pyro and Mach, well, Mach did suggest Cam, but went with Inspire, but they know a thing or two. Cam, always there or thereabouts. One of the OG, solid player. Well done, Cam, for being today's driver of the day. And we will open it up again tomorrow for the championship Sunday driver of the day. But that's it for Birmingham Open number 3, Saturday, done and dusted. One more day, 5 more series, and then we are halfway through the season. So from me, Greybeard, Bromeo, Machtfisht, Pyro, Ultrasm, Rhino Casts, and in the background, as always, Blank and Reggie. And of course, in the lobby, doing the observing, Hazardprod. And then a big shout out, of course, to our admins, Noob Slice, Nobody, Jason, and others. Thank you for being there. It's been great for us. I hope it was great for you. We'll see you again tomorrow. Peace.
Double it in crypto! Doing all the work trials and
We are back.
Oh, this is nice here.